fight fire with water. You gotta fight fire with fire.
You can't fight fire with water?
Yeah.
They specifically do fight fire with water.
Can't fight fire with water. You gotta fight fire with fire. Yeah.
They specifically do fight fire with water.
Can't fight fire with water. You gotta fight fire with fire. Can't fight fire with water. You gotta fight fire with fire. Can't fight fire with water. You gotta fight fire with fire. Can't fight fire with water. You gotta fight fire with fire. Can't fight fire with water. You gotta fight fire with fire. Can't fight fire with water. You gotta fight fire with fire. Can't fight fire with water. You gotta fight fire with fire. Can't fight fire with water. You gotta fight fire with fire. Can't fight fire with water. You gotta fight fire with fire. Can't fight fire with water. You gotta fight fire with fire. Can't fight fire with water. You gotta fight fire with fire. Fire with fire.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? Anyway, Vengeance is the artist, and he is an artist, indeed. I really like him. And if you couldn't hear, that's Vincent, and I think that he's an artist, and he's a real artist. Anyway, yeah, if I'm not supposed to use your songs, Vincent, just tell me, and I'll just not use them, but I like them too much. So anyway, how are you doing? I know that I put this in the category of Guild Wars 2, and that's not a fucking scam, because I will be talking about Guild Wars 2, and there's not gonna be any gameplay. So I couldn't put it on just chatting, because it's not just chatting, it's chatting specifically about Guild Wars 2. So, here we are, aren't we? So then, what are we watching? Let's see, I have two delicious things for you. And one of them is a whole fucking hour and a quarter. And I'm curious what the question is, and I'm curious what the answer is after 100 hours of this person playing Guild Wars 2. I assume for the first time. But when I saw on the thumbnail that there is like, you know, hour 0 is like a fresh looking face, and hour 100 is like a doomed person, like literally. You know the meme. Yeah, so I was wondering what the fuck is wrong with like 100 hours of Guild Wars, considering I have thousands of hours of Guild Wars. I want to see how fucked I am, you know, according to Mr. or Miss Banana, I guess. I don't know, but to Banana, yeah. So we're gonna watch that. We might skim through some parts because you know some things are just like repetitions of what other people say, which is fair enough. But you know we can skip them, and then I'm gonna open with 1 minute of fail, because between you and me, holy shit, lots to unpack for like 1 minute. Lots to unpack for just 1 minute. I don't know, dude. Lots to unpack right here. So let me just subscribe anyway, because like yeah, it's okay. But I thought I had, by the way, but whatever. I was pretty sure I was subscribed to them, but I don't know. Anyway, so we're gonna watch that, and you watched it probably. I watched it for sure. ANet. Okay, we have to have a talk. We have to have a talk about this. Not because it's necessarily okay. We're gonna say a few things about it. Okay, you think I'm gonna fucking roast it, but I'm only partially going to roast it, and very specifically, I'm going to argue for it. I will play the devil's advocate because this thing has gotten so much fucking hate. You cannot believe how much hate it's gotten. It's literally 90% hate at this point. It is crazy. And of course, you have the usual Guild Wars 3 is coming confirmed and like. Okay, we're gonna dive into this first, and then we're gonna mellow out to a banana, which I'm not saying sarcastically, it's being sweet. We're gonna see what banana has to say. But first, you're gonna see what I have to say, bitch. So I'm gonna have to say this on camera. Like I'm gonna try to get used to my camera. Okay, so step one. Shit. Okay, let me get ready for this. I hope you're ready too, because like it's no small feat to endure gazing upon me. But you can endure gazing upon me. That's absolutely something that I welcome. But yeah, anyway, so boom, that's me right there. So yeah, okay, I'll be turning a lot to see if somebody's chatting and shit like that. So don't like, you know what? What if I brought this here and you could see the chat as well? I mean, you could probably see some things you shouldn't be seeing right here. So, for example, it's possible that you would see like stuff I'm supposed to moderate or shit like that. At the same time, so what? And I allow most of it anyways. All right, so let me put it here so I can actually like just not have to do like this every time. Okay, I'll still probably have to see the activity feed, but we can live with that, both you and I. Right, so let me try to forget that there's a camera there. And let's watch this shit. I'm gonna break this down so hard. First of all, I need to actually do like a sound check or something, for which I will use this video instead. Because that's like the the main thing, right? So we're gonna have to do some adjustments here. While I do them, I'm gonna turn off my camera, but I will turn it on back again. Don't worry about it. So this is gonna be like a bit of testing.
As far as I've always been concerned, MMOs set out to achieve
It sounds like this is audible to you. It sounds to me like this is audible to you.
the most insurmountable task in gaming as a medium.
It is also clearly audible to me. I might even increase it a little bit just for your viewing pleasure. Let me see.
They aim to capture the overwhelming intricacy, chaos, and magic of life.
This should be okay for you.
To construct a world from their
This should really be okay. I don't know. It should really be okay for you. Maybe a little bit more just to make sure. I don't fucking know. Let's see.
our imaginations and have other real people inhabit it.
Yeah, I hope he's loud enough or she's loud enough. I don't know. They, sorry. I hope they're loud enough for you. They seem to be like kind of edging sometimes. I'm trying to catch both ends of the edging. Don't laugh, you pervert. But it seems to be kind of difficult for me to do. But I hope it's okay for you. I don't fucking know. If it's not, I guess you're gonna suffer.
It's wild, really, and it fascinates me.
Yeah, okay. So maybe there. Maybe there. I'll just say okay, perhaps there. Also, what's up with the fucking quality? What's going on there? Like it's fine here and then it just becomes like blurry as fuck. And this is also blurry. Anyway, okay. I'm gonna like just let's go through this. So this is a rewards preview, right? Okay. Oh, my camera. Wait, where am I going? Where the fuck am I going? There. So this is a rewards preview. Also, this didn't work because like what the fuck? It just disappears whenever I click on the play button. So whatever. I'll just be turning. Um maybe I should just like stick this screen that is right there. Maybe I should stick it like in my fucking asshole at this point. Anyway, I don't have space. Okay, sorry. That just got a like a desk. That's it. So the first thing I want to say, my God, is somebody? Can you hear that? What the fuck is that? One second. Hopefully you can't hear it, but for me it's very distracting. One second. I'm gonna go check what the fuck it is. One second. Sorry for that. I'm not back yet. There seems to be like some kind of like construction going on in the house that wasn't scheduled, and now I have to go and fucking sort it out because somebody's like literally. I'll be right back. I'm sorry for that. That was like fucking unexpected. I'm back. Holy shit, was that fucking distracting and fucking. I got completely fucking cock-blocked. Like, seriously, my brain just isn't in this, like, anymore. What the fuck? Ah. They were supposed to come on Wednesday. They literally decided to come today, like Saturday, like in the fucking noon. I mean, you can see what time it is. What the fuck are they doing? Nobody even fucking told them to do anything like that. They just decided to show up like earlier. Ah, unbelievable. Okay, so back to it. First of all, currently in lurking mode because I still have a few side quests to do. But I need to say something important. Cute. You're cute for saying that. And thanks. And also good morning, Neris. And then we have a good morning from Lucy. So good morning, Lucy. How are you doing? I literally just fucking Uno reversed a construction crew. I was like, hey, nope. What are you doing? Nope. What the fuck? Nope. And yeah, I just literally shoot them away. Like I was like, nope, 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 nope. I don't care. I don't fucking care. Just go. Just leave. That's it. You're leaving. Like they literally just decided to come today instead of Wednesday. And I'm like, no, that's not how it works. Sorry. Just leave. Just leave. That's it. Nobody fucking arranged for that. So and I'm streaming on Saturday. And so what are you doing? Anyway. No, I can't. I mean, I could probably if they pissed me off because I'm very, very fucking confrontational when it comes to certain things. And when it's my quality of life, I am very fucking confrontational. And I have, in the past, as I said, I have faced a situation like this. And yeah, I mean, at one point, we even had like a fucking drug trafficking gang, like literally, just here, just on my block, right? We're talking like 30, 50, 30 to 40 people. Just like trafficking drugs, fucking. And when it got to the point where they would actually, because there's a fucking playground, there's a fucking public park like next door, literally. And when they started fucking around with like underage kids and whatever, yeah, we started talking to the police, and then it turned out that the police were in on it and stuff like that. Like you don't want to know. I don't want to say anything about it, but the point was that yeah, there was a day where I fucking had enough, and I myself, because every other person in the neighborhood just didn't want to fuck with that, I wanted to fuck with that. I went downstairs. I caught one of the guys as he was speeding with a bike, like not speeding, but like he was accelerating. You know, he was gonna leave. He was riding a bike, and he accelerated. And as he did that, I grabbed him from the shoulder and say, "Hey, hit your brakes right now. We gotta talk, buddy." And he's like, "Oh, what do you want? You fucking faggot and all that." And I'm like, "Listen, you take your friends and you get the fuck out of there. At least when it's like common hours of silence. How do you call that? Like I don't fucking know how you call it in English. I don't care. It's like when you're obligated by the law to just not do any noises or that. Yeah. And I'm like, you're gonna respect at least that if you're gonna stay here. So yeah, it didn't work obviously, because of course, but yeah, I do walk up to people and say, hey, fuck you, you know, fuck you. And depending on how they go about it, because what the guy did in that instance was literally he was like, yeah, just don't talk to me, you fucking faggot or whatever. And sorry for saying the word, but I'm just quoting what he said. Okay, I'm sorry. And he just kind of like drove away, kind of like fucking. And I'm like, yeah, what a fucking coward. Legit didn't even like dismount the bike to just like stand up to me or something. And I'm one person. I'm one fucking person. And they were like all his friends and all the other guys and some fucking gypsies. Because yeah, in Greece you might have a romanticized opinion about gypsies, but in Greece, in my neighborhood, gypsies are not good people. Okay, they are not good people. Trust me. It's literally a hide your kids, hide your grandma situation. So yeah, I'm not putting everybody in the same lamp, but sorry, but yeah, where I live, that's the situation. You accept it or you don't accept it, and you change channel on Twitch. Simple. Yeah, but yeah, and all of them were there, and they could have done something. That guy could have done something. Could have like come up to me and say, "Hey, you realize who you're talking to," or something. You know, no, he just left. But if he hadn't left, you can bet your fucking ass I would have fucking killed that guy legitimately. I would have died probably right after, but I would have fucking taken him with me. And so the point of the story is, I don't take shit from people. I just go there and say, hey, you motherfuckers, you need to respect me. You know, you fucking need to respect me. End of story. And I had done something similar when I was living on my own at a different part of town. And there was like a football match. And people were on the streets with horns, you know, air horns. It was 3 or 4 o'clock at night. And they were blasting air horns. And I had to wake up early the next morning. So I go downstairs. I dress up. I put my clothes on. And I use, I put on a foldable, you know, balaclava. You know what a balaclava is? Like you can fold it and it looks like what you call it? A beanie, a little bit. But in a pinch, you can just like lower it. And yeah, so I was like, okay, if there's going to be violence, I don't want people to see my face. I'm sorry. There's likely going to be violence, and I'm likely to initiate it because these people are fucking dumb as fuck. Like football fans are dumb as fuck. I'm sorry, at least in Greece, they are very violent, and they are dumb as fuck. And again, once more, I don't love everybody in there. I'm saying where I live, that's the case. Okay, not for everyone either, but in that instance, and in most instances, football fans are very violent. Okay, so either way, UK football fans are violent and dumb as fuck in most cases. Yeah, I agree. And so I spot them. I spot the guys who got the air horn. They're like 4 guys and 1 girl. I walk up to them and say, you know, with my beanie, with my balaclava like folded, and I'm like, hey guys, you know, where I live, which was a true story by the way, where I live in the apartment building I live, we have old people, we have people with like difficulties. Okay, just to put it politely, one of them is like, you know, they're on a wheelchair and all that. Like you cannot fucking do this in a busy area of the town at this hour. And I'm gonna have to ask you to stop. And I said, do you fuckers understand me? Like you're gonna have to stop. You can yell a little because you're excited. I said, I get that. You know, especially if you won. I hope you won. I hope your team won. You know, that's cool. But the air horn, don't blow that shit up. Because if you do that one more time, we're gonna have trouble. Like legitimately, we're gonna have trouble. I just told them I have to wake up early. It's very late. Don't make this difficult. Like just don't use the air horn. You can celebrate. Just don't use the fucking air horn, please. Like it's not just for me. I said I'm just the only person who can stand up from the whole fucking apartment building, because you know that area of town is just of my city is like a little bit. You know, it's central. Old people prefer it. People with again difficulties prefer it because it's easier to get like public transportation. It's easier to, you know, there are amenities nearby. There's like a metro station. You know what it is. You know how it is. Or if you don't, I'm just explaining it to you now. So, you know, they don't even talk to me. They all go silent. Just to give an example of cowardice here, okay? They all go silent. Nobody fucking talks. I'm looking at them. There's like 5 minutes of fucking silence, and I'm like, I'm gonna need a yes or no. Like, do we understand each other? Because I'm gonna stay here. Because you woke me up, so I'm gonna stay here until I get an answer, right? And I'm looking at them, and at that point, I'm kind of sweating, I'm kind of shaking because there's already adrenaline, there's already stress, there's already like my fucking, honestly, my need to fight because there's no need to flight. There's only need to fight in these cases for me. And I'm just holding back, and I'm like, okay, I'm kind of like looking at them a lot more intently than I wanted. And I was like, hey, you know, you gotta tell me yes or no because I want to go back and sleep, you know? And they kind of nod, and I'm like, okay, cool. And I start leaving. And so I am not even 20 meters away, and they blow the horn again. And so I turn around, and I start walking towards them. And I don't know what it is with me and turning around and starting to walk calmly towards someone, but it fucking works. Okay, because the second time that it worked against like a crowd, right? The first time was the one that I've told you about, where, you know, I literally got stoned, like me and my ex-girlfriend, my partner, but then we literally had stones thrown at us. And so, you know, I made sure she's safe. I turned around and started walking towards those guys, and those guys started running. And so it happens every time. I don't fucking know how fucking scary I am. I'm not even scary. But I guess there's something about one person being like, okay, that's it. We're gonna fucking brawl. That's it. We're going for it. They probably picked that up. I don't fucking know. And so I turn around that instance as well, and I'm like, okay, that's it. And I'm kind of like, should I actually lower my balaclava or something? And then I'm like, maybe that would be like too fucking aggressive. I don't fucking know. And so I don't do it, and I just walk towards them. And I shit you not, they again once more, they kind of turn tail and start kind of walking, because I'm not running, I'm walking, right? So they don't have to run. And also a small tip: don't force people to feel like they have to run away, because that makes it harder for them to swallow, right? It makes them harder for them to swallow. But if you just do things calmly and you give them the chance to do the things calmly, even if it's violent things, they will be more inclined, because they feel less embarrassed, because they don't look like idiots to others around them or to each other. And that's why I don't run in that case. In the other case, I was wearing high-heeled boots. I can't run in that shit. And neither can you, and neither can anyone. Especially in the streets of Athens, which are shit completely. I will probably die from tripping. I don't care what Lady Gaga can, because she's got like all the time in the world to practice everything, okay? And she's been wearing that shit forever. I've been wearing that shit since I came out, and then not enough. And sorry for being aggressive. I don't mean to be aggressive towards you. But yeah, where was I? And so yeah, they turn tail and they fucking go. And so I stay there. I stop, and they stop, and that's the funny part. I stop and they stop. And I'm looking at them, and I see them like they're checking to see if I'm leaving. But motherfucker, I'm like a hound. I will stay. I will fucking hound you. I'm the ring. I'm fucking Sadako, dude. I'll stay there. I'll stay there, and I will look at you and see what you're going to do. And you better do the right thing. And so I was staying there, and I was looking at them. I was like, yeah, okay. I'm not gonna come closer. If they take the air horn out and do it, I'm gonna run and fuck them up. And I think they knew that I was waiting for that, so they weren't doing it. And then they start walking a little bit more, and they go a little bit farther, and I'm like, nope, that's not good enough. And I start walking as well, and I literally drove them. I hounded them. I don't know if that's the past tense, but anyway, I hounded them away from the city block, like literally. Then I went home and slept. Anyway, yeah, I stand up to for shit that I don't like. If somebody's making noise and they're not supposed to, I will 1000% put my clothes on, go down there and be like, "What's up, guys? What's going on? Why are you fucking shit up? Like, what's going on? Can I help? Like, do you want something? Is there like an emergency? What's up? You okay? You know." It depends where it goes from there. And I bet I bet my cute round ass that eventually that's gonna get me beaten to hell or something. And you wanna know a secret? I don't give a shit. As long as I get to beat someone up as well in return, in response to that, you know? If I take one person with me, that will be fine. That will be fine. I'm fine with that. That's the kind of mentality I got going on. I'm sorry. Like that's what it does to you. So anyway, it was pretty funny. But yeah, back to the past, to the present, I guess. Yeah, because it's present now. So I wanted to say back to the past topic, but since I didn't say topic, I was like, oopsie, I have to say something relevant. Anyway, so yeah, but back to the present then. Um, Yeah, they had a fucking chainsaw, a motherfucking chainsaw. They did though, and so I had to go and tell them. I had to tell them like, look, my guys, you were supposed to come Wednesday. Like it's time for you to just not do that. Like you did it a little bit, but like I'm working upstairs. Like that's it, you know. Because I want you to know your entertainment is my work, and it is unpaid for. And I'm bad at my work, but at least I don't demand payment. It's a good thing. It's a good cycle, It's a good situation for all of us. Anyway, all right. So camera and wait for it. Oh, there you go. Hi. All right. So, um, right. So expansion. So the things like the preview. Okay. So let's get something out of the way first. The lighting and location they've used is ANet. Just why? Why are you so bent on like killing hype? We build it and you kill it. Why? And it's technical decisions like this. So I'm gonna be grabbing this microphone because I'm used to grabbing things that are close to my mouth instinctually. Okay, but it's also a great hand rest because I can just be like, so as we were saying, and just my hand is there, and it's like it's like some kind of cute creature that I'm petting or something. It also has like these things here, some bands that some cable bands that I just put there, and it's like, yeah, this is cool. So you might see me doing that or like playing with it and going like doing this, which is not like suggestive or anything. It's just, yeah, it's what it is. So you'll see me just resting my hand there, stuff like that. Anyway, I'm trying not to do it, but yeah. So the first thing I have to say immediately out of the gate is this sickly ochre color. Bleh, like literally, it's disgusting. And the location, you're gonna see what I mean. So the music is way too dramatic and completely disconnected from what is shown. Also, you're advertising a slash, a pirate, quote unquote, pirate slash exotic expansion. Sorry. And you're showing me, instead of a beautiful lush world, you're showing me rocks and sandstorms from Path of Fire. Like if I didn't know better, I would say this is the launch of Path of Fire. So this is already completely miserable and completely failed, in my opinion. And so now we have the first set of armor that we see. And that's the Extremis armor. ANet. Okay, just I'm expressing my feelings through body language because I don't wanna I wanna try and talk about the parts that you know are constructive. I don't wanna say bad things, but bad things come to mind. So look, this armor, okay, it is completely out of place. It's a nice. Okay, let's start with the positives for once. For once, let's start with the positives. Okay, it's a nice style of armor. Okay, the style, the concept. I'm pretty sure this on paper looks great. Okay, I'm pretty sure that this on paper looks great. It looks like what you call this a bash. It looks like a bash between um, the traveler, the mist traveler armor, not the mist stranger, but the mist traveler outfit or mist adventurer. I don't remember. Let me show you. Let me show you 1 second. Wait, I will just like find it here. Guild Wars 2 mist outfit adventure. I think it's called. I'm not even sure. It's like I'm gonna go through all the outfits simply because I just need to see the one that I'm talking about. And once I do, you will know exactly which is the one that I'm mentioning. Let me just find it though. I'm gonna look at the huge list right now, and together we're gonna find it. I feel I'm gonna find it at least. Okay, it's one of these. Sorry, I'm just going through a list, and I'm gonna go through the list. It's important for me to be thorough with what I'm saying about the criticism because, yeah, of course, you fucking know me. especially about like Guild Wars, you know. There's none of these. It's not the Jungle Explorer. It's not, come on, dude. Where is it? There's one that's like literally the same outfit. Legit. And I'm gonna fucking. Is it the Miss Stranger? No. It's not the Miss Stranger. It's something else missed. But I'm pretty sure it's something else missed. It's not the File Singer. Come on. What? Man? Is it the Wandering Weapon Man? No, of course not. Is it the Traveler outfit? Yes, it's the Traveler outfit. So, you know what? It just reminds me so much of this. The general shape, like you'll see what I mean though. Like at first you might not agree, but I want you to understand that like you'll see what I mean. So if you can see this, all right. What the fuck? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. If you can see this, it has like what's the hood and the general lines here, right? Disregard the color. Like what's the general lines here? Okay, you can definitely see what I mean. Like let's see. Look at this. Are we agreeing on this one that it does have the same like kind of style? Like they're going for like some kind of this? Okay, but it's way too obvious because if they have the hood as well, like it is way too obvious. It's like a combination of this and the Mist Stranger outfit. It's like a combination of that, but done badly. So it's a bash. It's like what we call, like for example, in Skyrim, some people steal one armor, or not steal. It's just they borrow one armor and then another one, and they create one of their own, which is basically a bash of the two of them. And usually to do that, you need the permission from both authors and stuff like that. And that's called bashing, stuff together. But yeah, you generally with bashing, you just generally mean you just put together stuff, right? So this looks like it's put together from this and the Mist Stranger outfit, which I mean, we all know how that looks like. I don't need to fucking find it. Yeah, it looks like a combination of both, but with the worst possible execution. And here's the thing. This would have worked. Like this would have worked. Look at the gray design. Forget this guy. This person here is like how not to dye this armor for it to work. Okay? This person here is like that's how it could potentially work. Okay? Now the problems even with that is that it is very low quality. It looks like it's plastic. Legitimately, it looks plastic. I don't mind when things look like vinyl or faux leather, or what's the other one? PVC or something, right? I don't mind that. I mind this. Like when they look plastic like toys, right? Like too much like cosplay, like generic cosplay. So I love the idea of this armor. I really like it. I really like the closed neck. That should have been on every piece of armor ever. I really like closed neck because helmets. Because the problem with Guild Wars is that helmets stop here. Most helmets stop here, right? So it becomes an issue because if you want the fantasy of somebody completely armored or somebody who is like in a bodysuit underneath of the armor, or if you want the fantasy of being an enclosed armor, you can't have it. It's very rare. So I always welcome this element here of closed neck, especially because ANet cannot fucking design helmets that are not hooded, that are actually closed all the way down. They just they can, but they never will. They never fucking do, which is extremely annoying. So the next best thing is this neck sleeve, right? And I'm okay with neck sleeves because they look cool anyway, right? To me, they look cool. It's a good, elegant solution to that. So kudos to that. That's a good step. I do like the futuristic design, but I think, and they do try. I think the choice of not having pouches and belts is deliberate because they want this sleek futuristic style. They want the shape to not be broken, unlike the outfit that I showed you, where there are like pouches and belts and bells and whistles and whatever. This one is trying to be very, very futuristic. Again, like on paper, I'm sure this looks amazing. the problems that it has is that it is completely out of place in this expansion. I mean, I'm glad it's in the game now, but it should have been. This should have been. This should have been, assuming of course increased quality. This should have been the armor that you get for being in the elite forces of the astral world. You know, where they combine technology and magic, and they produce this suit. You know, which is not far fetched. I mean, it could be because if you've seen like uh, their other armors that are in Soto, this does look like something the Astral World plus Asura would be developing as an armor, you know, to combat like or to survive in like the environments of like Nios or something. But the point is, it is completely out of place, completely tonally, absolutely out of place, at least by what they've shown us so far. Now, there is a counterpoint to that which says, yes, it is a tropical expansion, blah, 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 sure. And everybody goes, yay, pirates. Yeah, but they do make it clear that this expansion's bodies are the Inquest. The Inquest are technologically advanced. So if they've built bases, if they've done shit, if they've like brought their technology with them, is it really so outlandish that we would find like suits that match that? It's not. So to its defense, while it looks outlandish in the trailer, there may be very good reason, lore-wise, as to why we acquire these. Fair? So moving on. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt on that one. We'll see. We can't know yet. We just give them the benefit of the doubt. But when it comes to a preview video, this is a failure because if you're going to give me futuristic armors, and the reason is that the lore says that yes, there are Asura bases, Inquest bases, then show it in an Inquest fucking base to avoid confusion like this. ANet, you are dumb, and you should find people to make your videos for you. Moving on to the actual armor itself. The actual armor itself, I really like the you know, the typical edgy fucking futuristic edgelord kind of aesthetic. I like the armor as an idea, but my god, what are these textures? What are these textures? And you know what's worse? These lines, yeah, these lines are so intricate that they're going to distort a real lot, and it's gonna look a real goofy when it does. So that's definitely horrible. I'm pretty sure, again, that on paper, this is a 10 out of 10 design. And I'm willing to say that it might fit the expansion because of the Inquest presence. But the execution is horrendous. It is horrendous. And especially the pauldrons are just like watermelon like slices. Because this part is not part of the pauldron. You can see it here. This is not one design. It is like it goes here, and this is the actual arm. And you can tell because this part here is different shaded because it's the inside of this. And you can see it more clearly here. So these pauldrons are horrendous. The inner suit is fine, but the pauldrons are just like they look so fake. Right? And I'm not even talking about the materials anymore. I'm talking about like the design itself. And the scarf. What's up with the scarf? Are you going for futuristic or not? What are you doing? I don't understand. Does that really need a scarf? It doesn't. Like you want to commit to futuristic design. Commit. Why don't you? So weird. So fucking weird. And then of course we have the texture problem, which which is what Lucy is also saying, that is fucking ghastly. It is. That is a perfect word. It's ghastly. Look at the textures. Look at this stretching. What are you doing? Moving on. Sorry, I'm pausing to see if I want to add something else. I mean, this guy over here, okay? This guy over here, that looks kind of cool. Like he turns and looks at you, and it's kind of cool. Or she, actually, boopsie. So yeah, I mean, again, it conceptually this is great. Like the idea is great. The idea is fucking great. But the camera angles and the fact that the materials are so bad. But at least it looks good with black. Like you can see here, like the black looks okay. So maybe if you dye it all black, like it's gonna look like super minty. Because it's a good suit. It's an actually good suit. It's a good suit of armor. Maybe change this and that. Like change the gloves, change the shoulders. Perfect. Perfect. So it's more a matter of presentation because why would you have this guy at the front? So what you want to do is show me how the armor looks in neutral colors or edgelord colors, black, grays, all that. This washed out gray doesn't work, but it works better than this. So why is this guy at the forefront? Put this guy over there to just hint at me that, hey, this is how it looks if you want to be a clown. It is fine. You should include that. You should include that, like, because this actually communicates what parts are dyeable separately. That's what they're trying to indicate here. But it is done extremely badly. At least show the girl first, on her own. Just show her on her own first, so that we can see the armor and admire it. Then we have whatever the fuck this is. I have words. I have words for this. I have words for this. What the fuck am I looking at? What the actual ever-loving fuck am I looking at? What is this? What the fuck is this? Like this, okay, flawed presentation, needs a bit of work on the fucking, on visual clarity because it's a little bit muddy. The textures are muddy, but it's okay. I mean, this guy here, this girl here is doing a great job at convincing me that it can look cool. Like, literally, this character, and this to a degree, but we just don't see them well enough. They convinced me that this might actually look good in game. This might actually look good in game. So, and then, oh boy, you get this, whatever the fuck this is, and this has no excuse. No excuse. First of all, it's also a bash, but it is even worse. The code is what was it that we crafted in Soto? The one that you craft, which also has like the bottom part has a nice like dress like cape, The one that I'm using on my character is that bottom. Anyway, it looks like the top of that, right? I'm just bad with names and I don't remember what it's called, but it's very recent. We got it in wait, Soto or sorry, Xanthir. Yeah, Xanthir, not Soto, sorry. We got it on Xanthir. It was a really cool set. I crafted all of it, of course. It was really great. But now they're just like remaking it. And it looks like a part of that bust together with a rebel with a leather rebel jacket thing that we got on the store recently, where it's like basically a shirt and a leather jacket on top, with belts like connecting these, and the belts are like open a little bit, and you can see the shirt. That's exactly like it looks like a bash between these, and I wish I could show you. I mean, I could just log into Guild Wars right now and just show you what I mean. But I'm too bored to do that. But you can look for yourself. There's like a completely identical code, and they just busted together with the jacket that I'm talking about. They gave it like the raised. Yeah, it's just so fucking obvious. And then you have like the leggings, which are absolutely nothing burger. These are just like nothing, legitimately just nothing. They're nothing. Like this shouldn't exist. This is nothing. Look at it. It's so fucking bland, it's crazy. And then you got the gloves, which are not nothing, but they are absolutely whatever. Like, we have like 50,000 types of gloves that are like this. I don't fucking know. It feels like I've seen this type of glove at least 10 times in the game. It is nothing. I like the shoulders. Those are salvageable and perhaps could even unironically match the previous armor a bit because they look more detailed and they look like they're going like over to here. So this could be something. They're also slanted towards, down, which makes them discreet and fit, fit the silhouette better. So maybe these are salvageable, but the rest, ugh, yuck. Like this is yuck. Like honestly, yuck. I don't care that it's more detailed than this one. It is just not good. The boots are... What is this elven armor? So another issue that this has is like it's trying to be elven armor and then nothing and then question mark something navy like and then plate armor and then also plate armor with a helmet. What is going on? What is this? I don't fucking understand what this is. And look at... My god, this is bad. My god, this is bad. I don't know if this is a perspective, but like the deformity here, oh my fucking god. And the beard is clipping, like the fur of the face of the Tsar is clipping. My god, this is horrible. Like this compared to that set is like 10 out of 10. Compared between them, not with anything else in existence. My god, this is completely just fucked up. This is like... The words nothing burger and hodgepodge come to mind. I have no comment. This is horrible. Why are you showing me the leggings? What am I supposed to admire from the leggings? ArenaNet, you have to stop with this design on the legs. Like, ArenaNet loves to do one thing, and I'll explain to you exactly what they love to do. 1 second. They love to do something, and you're gonna notice it now, because I'm gonna fucking give it away for you in case you never thought about it. 1 second, please. I'll tell you what they love to do for no fucking reason. So they absolutely find this design amazing. I'll tell you right now. Let's do this, which is thick, right? And then, yeah, that's enough. Okay, that's thick enough. So they love... Let's say that this is like your leg, right? And this is the knee. So they like doing their shoes or boots like this. Like this part is missing. Most of the boots you'll find in Guild Wars are like... Where is the eraser? They're like this. Wait, what? Yeah, okay. So they're like this. Most of the boots are ANet designs are, for some fucked up reason that I can never fucking understand. I'll never understand this. They're like this. I don't understand why. I really just don't fucking understand why. I've never seen it in real life. Whenever I've seen it in real life, it's like absolutely memeable. It looks really bad. I get the concept of like, I get the concept of old armor where they did this thing, and then it ended here, and then you had like your sandals, like a Greek or whatever. I get that, and then your knee would be here. But Arena takes that and does it like, okay, it's like this, and that's where your leg is. There. And the rest of the boot is like this. I don't fucking understand why they do that, but that's not how fucking things work, okay? You cannot do this. This is like horrible. This is horrible, completely. And then they sometimes add like straps, which look completely out of place, because if you're gonna go through the trouble of adding that, then finish the fucking boot. Like, what's... They're fucking dumb. I'm sorry, but ANet is fucking dumb when it comes to armor design. I'm sorry. They're fucking dumb. They can't design armor to save their life. That's it. And so the fact that you're showing me that this not only does that, but it does it like whoop, boom, whoop, boom. Like, so you want to actually accentuate it even more as if anybody fucking likes that. Nobody likes that. Give us boots that end here, but cover up to here. Not boots that end here, but cover up to here. Please. It is bullshit. Not to mention that boots like that in real life, especially in combat, would be a fucking nightmare to deal with. Because the front flap, because it's a flap at this point, it's not even armor, it's just a protective flap, would constantly move out of place. It would constantly move left and right, exposing the sides of the knee. Worst case scenario, it flops towards the front or gets bent, and like, yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. And you know what? I don't care about realism, but at least like try to pretend, at least just pretend at least, so that my brain can be happy. Like, you don't have to make fucking knee flaps, bitch. Just fucking make the fucking boot. What the fuck is it with knee flaps, you motherfucking morons? Either way, we then progress, fortunately for us, because I don't want to stay anymore on this fucking armor, like it looks like shit. This one is salvageable for sure. This one is salvageable. I like the boots. Look at this boots. I like these boots. Okay, this one is salvageable. You'll definitely find parts here. Could they do better? Yes. Could the textures be a lot better? Yes. I hope for the best. Also, camera, what the fuck? Say something. I keep forgetting, okay, I have an issue with camera. I keep forgetting it exists, that's my issue. Hi. Okay, so moving on. And now the weapons. Oh, these are perfect. These for me, oh my god, like, so I love them. I absolutely love them. I'm not even being sarcastic. I love them. I adore them. I love that they are construction tools. It's just perfect. Look at the saw here. Oh, it's perfect. Like, to me, I don't care if this makes sense as a design. I love it. One thing though, and I love the metallic part, is like so good, honestly. And then you notice it's only red color. Why? Why? Why do you do that? Why do you do that? Why do you do that? For real, why? Let us dye weapons. Or do what you did with the infusion. So you know what they did with the infusion, where you know how the infusion works, the new one from the event, right? You know how that works. Okay. Give us colored infusions that dye the glow of the weapon. Please. Please, because you can see that it doesn't match. Like, maybe it matches like this guy. Maybe it matches this guy a bit. What if you want like purple energy? Purple and red are not good. Or blue and this red. Nah, not really. So find a way around it. Look at these models. The models are gorgeous. Like, I love the idea of these weapons. They're perfect. 10 out of 10. They're perfect. I want all of them. That's it. But I would fucking pay for a way to dye them. That's it. Like, just do the infusion thing. Just do the infusion thing. Like, please. Like the only good thing after I saw this event, right, and I realized how things work with that event. The only good thing was the idea that maybe you have a component, a separate component that you can slot into your equipment, where it dyes the color of the equipment. So why don't we take that and start working on a system to dye our weapons? Just do it. Just fucking do it. Just do it. Now. Fucking do it. Introduce it with the expansion. My god, it is such a good idea. Not because it's mine, it's because it's their idea. They came up with the stuff where, okay, an infusion will color the weapon. Do it. Do it, please. Do it. Because this is, as much as I love the weapon, it will not match many outfits with red. It's a matter of color with red. The neutral metallic, gunmetal gray here that we see, this neutral, nice color, nice fucking shading, nice. It's 10 out of 10. It's 10 out of 10. But how can we color it? Like it needs to be colored. It's like it's a. Many weapons deserve that treatment. Moving on. Look at this thing. Come on. They go so fucking hard. Let me see this again. Come on. They go really fucking hard. Good job on this weapon. These weapons, on the other hand, we have a billion weapons of this exact design. Why? Why? What is that? Look at the textures here. We have there are weapons that are exactly like this, from the officer's weapons, officer remnant weapons from World versus World, all the way down to the weird bullshit that you get from OLC that's like this bronze color and they look intricate like this and they have. Why do we need this? What is this? The fucking Power Ranger gems here? Like, why do we need this? No, they are appalling, honestly. No. These guys here are hilariously bad. See, when you show it this way, from this perspective, you can see the islands on the back, you can see the hanging mosses, you're like, yeah, this could be a pirate expansion. But when you see it like from the other side, right? That's Path of Fire. What are you doing? You're supposed to showcase like the strengths of this expansion, not the weaknesses. And then you have this weird shit. Okay. So this is fine. Visually, it's fine. You can see the rocks, you can see like the water, so this merge is fine, and you can see like it implies that there are like this verticality on the map. It implies like other things. That's good. Okay, and then you see this nice thing which helps you focus on what they're about to show, which is supposed to wow you, right? Okay, cool. So far I have no problem with this. You know what the problem is? What the problem is here? That's a dumbass problem. Only ArenaNet could create such a problem for themselves. Why are you using old armor sets from IBS? This is an IBS set, by the way. Okay, that's an IBS set. Can we agree? Casually, all of us. Can we agree? And also, this is not from the set, by the way. The helmet is epic. The helmet of this set is epic. It has like horns, it's sci-fi. Just look it up. It's runic armor. Look it up. It's still it's available in Eye of the North. There's a runic smith there. You can visit them and see this armor. And this is not the helmet of the armor. And I don't understand why they chose it, but that's like one fail because this looks like dumb as fuck, especially in combination with that. It's like, what? Anyway, so whoever chose this helmet for this set is kind of moron. This armor. So the problem with this is that like this armor is better than both sets displayed. And it's not an armor of this expansion. It's an armor of an expansion that wasn't even an expansion. It was a Living World episode. It was called Icebrood Saga, and it's been years. So you're telling me the guys who made this could not be rehired to create, to execute this concept better? You're telling me you made that armor years ago, but you made this armor this year. Now, you see, I'm trying to be positive, okay? I'm trying to be positive, and you saw it. I legitimately was positive on a few things about this armor. And legitimately it does have positives. But then you show us this. And that's years ago. Now look at the detail here. Look at this detail on the design. Look at how everything meshes properly. Look at the pauldrons, which if despite them like having an opening here, you have a secondary gorget here, and then you can allow them to be decorative. That's fine. And look at the gloves and the armor plating and everything. And the glow is sublime. It's not like blinding, and the shoes are nice, and everything follows like a design principle. And it's got like bells and whistles here. It's got like weird stuff that you can like color. Delicious. And you're showing it in the same video where you're demonstrating something like this. So that's why this should be looking a billion times better. And what does that tell about? What does that say about the expansion at this point? That it is very low effort. And I'm worried because look, they failed me personally on the elite specs. They failed me personally on many levels. So my enjoyment of this expansion hinges on the various skins and cosmetics I'll find and on the map itself. And right now, not completely, but for a good part, this video has stripped me of any hope I had about the cosmetics being good. All that remains is the story and the map. And this was supposed to hype me up. I was like, okay, you know what? Okay, fine, all right. I won't play Antiquary because it's fucking offensive to me. It's literally a ANet telling you we don't fucking care about the lore. We don't fucking care about you either. We definitely don't care about Thief, and we don't really give a shit about maintaining the theme of Thief. Like fuck that. We just want to make them clowns. It's okay. Okay, fine. But you can't insult me twice by showing this armor, reminding me how nice it is and how detailed it looks. All of the sets. Have you seen the medium set for this? Because this is the heavy set, by the way. Have you seen the medium set? Delicious. Fucking delicious. It sits, the medium set of this armor sits all over this armor. It sits all over it. It does exactly this. You know what? Motherfucker, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you, motherfucker. Just to put, just to like, I'll show you, don't worry. You'll see. Give me a sec. I'm gonna log in just to show this because I feel it deserves to be shown. You really need to fucking see that. I just want you to see the central piece of it, which is so fucking good on its own that you can base a whole fucking outfit around it. That's how good it is. So first thing we're gonna see is what I was talking about. This is like the bottom part of the thing I was talking about. I can show you the code as well, which I might as well at this point, right? Because I logged in. But let me show you anyways. What I want to show you first. I'm gonna log out immediately. I'm not gonna play, but I need to show you this. I really need to show you this because we need to understand on why people are saying This is lazy as fuck. This is zero effort fucking glamours. Okay? Or skins if you're not coming from Final Fantasy. So, look at this shit. That centerpiece here, forget the pauldrons, forget this, forget everything else. Just focus on this. Same style, same code, excellent plating, so you know, discrete glows that breathe. The core material is excellent. I don't know if you can see it. The core material is like some kind of futuristic mesh with like straps that look deliberate and not like just hanging free. This armor is ancient. It is ancient. And look at the fine work. Look at it. Look at it, motherfucker. And you're telling me that this is what comes after years of that? It's the same style. It's the same style. And you can't bother to even make it look as detailed as this. And I know it's dark because of my color. But I'll try. 1 second. I'm going to try something. There. Do you see it better now? Do you see how much more intricate this is? Like the inner suit. Look at the butt cape. Look at the butt cape. Look at all those nice, interesting lines, and they have interesting little bits and like bits of metal that aren't like intrusive and they shine perfectly. And you're telling me that you can't fucking replicate that to any degree. And instead, we have this. Yeah. And let's also see something else. Because no, I'm going to roast them real good right now. I'm going to roast them real good. That's it. Let's go to my wardrobe. Let's go to my wardrobe and search for runic. First of all, let me show you one thing. Or many things. But first of all, I need you to understand something. Okay, we'll take it we'll take it from the start. Okay, so first this. All right, here's what I meant. Forget runic. Let's go to all weights. Let's go to chest. Can you see it? Yeah, that's fine. Light is fine because I will find it in here as well somewhere. Is it that? No, that's Ward Knights. Is it that? Yes. Okay. So look at this. This is already like a far better version of this. If you don't agree, you can at least agree that we already have this. Like we have this style. You don't need it. You don't fucking need it. It's like, why does it exist? Nobody fucking knows. We even have this. Are you starting to see what I mean when I say that they're just bashing shit together? Hey, look at this. Does that remind you of something? Does that fucking... Don't mind the colors, by the way. Does that remind you of something that we just saw? Isn't this like bashed together? Like completely? You know? And even... Don't even get me started on the... Wait, I'll show you something. Where is it? Come on. We have footwear of this quality. And again, here I'm gonna excuse the weird design because these are actually knee pads that are separate from the armor and the boots actually end here. So it doesn't fall into the weird deformed boot category with the fucking protective flap that I was talking about because these are definitely separate knee pads and boots. So, but what I want to say though is that where is it, please? Of course, runic summon. I mean, look at this baby. A lot better than like what we have. Anyway, that's not the point. I'm trying to find a particular... Not the perfected voices, wait. Which, by the way, they go really hard, by the way. Where's the obsidian light armor? Let me just. There we go. Okay, so obsidian light shoes. These are already the boots that they're showing you. For fuck's sake, the boots that they're showing you here. They're already the same boots but better. Look, that's the same exact style. And again, don't mind the dyes. The dyes are like, it's gonna look horrible because the shoe is white, but these are purple. Yeah, but you get it though, okay? Like, why? Like, why? No, seriously, fucking why? All of what I mean, look at this. Wait. Where is it? Light leggings, obsidian. Look. Look at the detail on those motherfuckers. Look at the detail. And you want me to say that this is anything? Are you fucking insane in 2025? And look at the slope. That's the slope I was talking about. Fucking pajamas? Fucking PJs? Really? Fucking PJs? And let me show you the helmet, because that's what I was going for initially. It's what pissed me off to the point where I wanted to log in and show you. You see this? Why are you showing your runic set, which is amazing? I got all of it. It's amazing. With this armor, you goofs, you fucking baboons, because look at what it looks like normally. Look at this beautiful baby. Look at it. Look at this shit. It combines medieval with sci-fi like perfectly. It's perfect. It's perfect. That's the set. Look, this is the set. That's what the person is wearing in the preview. Here, look at it. It's crazy good, my guys. It's crazy good. And you omit the helmet. Look at how the curvature of the helmet matches the curvature of the shoulder ornament, which matches the, like this is like perfect. And you want me to fucking be hyped about this? Really? Really? If anything, this should have been the old one, and what I'm showing you should be the new one. Because this makes no sense. Look at the textures and the details. There's no detail. It's a cool shoot, okay? I'm pretty sure it's a cool shoot. Like, in concept, this looks great. Like, I love the idea. I love the idea of futuristic bodysuits, you know? I love the idea. So, where's the textures? And they're not showing the new hair, I think, either. They're not showing the new hair. Because there's new hair coming and it's fucking excellent, you know? No, it doesn't stand out too much because, and hear me out on this one, Emmy. I was talking about it earlier. Look, the expansion is not a pirates expansion. It's pirates versus robots. Legitimately, there is Inquest there. No, it doesn't remind me of another game at all because we do have futuristic armor in the game. We already have a lot of futuristic armor in the game. Guild Wars was never meant to be medieval fantasy, low fantasy medieval. It was always a mismatch, you know, a mixed match. Sorry, always. So this on its own, I don't care about it. Futuristic theme is fine. Okay, then you'll have to explain to me. Well, of course it looks weird because the quality is bad. Because it's like a Fortnite skin. It's like it's from Fortnite. Like that's what I've been saying all this time. The idea is good. And they could make it better. So why not? What happened? That's my argument. That's my problem. Because okay, if you were gonna say that the expansion is lazy, why do we get amazing weapons then? So this is a deliberate choice. It's not a lack of resources even. Because look at this stuff. I'm fucking I'm trying. I'm like literally holding my crotch because I'm wet. Looking at this shit. And this is deliberate then. So that's deliberate. And my guys, in the same video you're gonna show this, which is like miles better. And then you're gonna add this helmet? Why? Look at it. What's wrong with this? Like, what's wrong with this? Like, that's a perfect helmet. It's perfect in every way. Look at this bad boy. And you can dye the eye slits, I think, and you can dye like the exhaust pores and the horn glow and like the crystal on the forehead. Come on. But that's the problem. That's what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying. It's not the best they can do, even within the expansion, because look at these. Wait. Look at these bad boys. So they understand shading, they understand textures, they understand materials and colors. So what is this? Why is this like that? And then you have this shit. Look at this shit. Like, oh my god. Okay, back to the guy that's about to do something important. He looks like, or she looks like she's going to do something important. We're going to see what they're going to do exactly. And by the way, I love the idea of like cyber fairies. Not Furry, not cyber fairy. Cyber fairy, as in Fairi. Cyber fairies, you know? So I love this shit. I love this idea that it's holographic, but it's like a butterfly. It's like, it's crazy to me. It's very good. Yes. This is insane, and the backpack itself looks amazing. So here's another mistake. My guy, if you're the one responsible for the video, don't fucking ever do this again. I know what they're trying to do. They're trying not to overshoot. Okay, so they don't want the person gliding to overshoot and like fuck off to the distance. So what they're doing is they're keeping backwards pressed. That does this in game. I'll show you. So this is neutral. This is forward pressed. And this is backwards pressed. So this looks good here, okay? It's a good animation. It's a good idle if I'm keeping back pressed because the character is trying to decelerate from gliding, you know? So you're basically just trying to brake. Okay, but when you're trying to showcase something, you don't want to do that. When you're trying to showcase something, you want the cool Iron Man flight pose, you know? You want the cool pose, like do a pan like this, you know? And then go behind and show them stop and land. Is that too fucking difficult to fucking understand, you fucking morons? Like, do you want people to hate your game? That's why this fucking video pisses me off, because it does everything it can to look goofy and dead. And instead, so now we have this guy hanging like a fucking dead puppet from some strings. Look. Lame. Do a circle and land, you moron. You can't do that? What, the budget doesn't allow it? What, you don't know how to use your glider? And then, our final contestant for the day. And quite honestly, I don't have problems with this outfit. The only negative I want to say that there might exist a negative. If you want to nitpick, I would nitpick. I would say the buttons look completely bad. I would argue that removing the buttons would just be a lot better for the overall design. Other than that, I have nothing to say. Other than that, I have nothing to say. This is a good design. I don't see any hat. I only see a face mask, and I'm here for the face mask. The face mask is great. I love it. And as a figure of authority, like a captain, you know, having this mystique of like your face like concealed, it's perfect. Yeah, but Emmy, they're presenting the set with this face mask. I'm taking it at face value. No pun intended. I do have the hat. I hate the hat. I am glad they didn't choose the hat because this aesthetic choice is great, honestly. This is great, honestly. This is a unique take on a navy outfit of a captain where you don't see the pirate hat and instead there's like a face mask concealing the character. That is like, that's interesting. That's unique. I like that. I like that. It's the literal opposite of what they did with this one. Like, where is it? It's the literal opposite of what they did here. Why did you give this person this helmet? This helmet is like, it does. First of all, it's not the same outfit. It's not the same skins, the same skin set. I showed you the skin set, so we know for a fact not the same. And this is arguably inferior in every single way. In every single way of any single thing that you see in this video. So why do they do that? I don't fucking know. I tell you why. I think it's because our ANet are dumb. Legitimately, they can't fucking edit or make a video to save their lives. And there is even more issues going forward. This is amazing. This is amazing. This animation is amazing. Like, look at it from the start. The exotic sun gets obscured by technology, and the technology forms an Asura cube because we're fighting Inquest. Bro. And then that takes over, you know? It's still in the water, but it takes over. And then it splits and it's like Guild Wars. Like, come on, dude, that's perfect. That is perfect. And then they also spoil this, which... What is that? What exactly is that? I don't know what this is. This right here. What is that? Because we know this is a skin that we're gonna get. We're getting this skin. We're getting a Cyberraptor. So we know that. But what is this? So if they're showing one skin, then why are they showing this thing? I know it's a golem, but why are they showing us that? Like, I get why they're showing this. They're showing this because that's a Cyberraptor. Story element? Could be, yeah. Could be. But why would the skin of the raptor be a story element? If that's the case. Maybe I'm reaching. I don't know. Maybe I'm fucking reaching. We'll see. All right, so showing that it's sticky stuff. Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, that of course is the probable answer. Yeah, that's of course the probable answer. Yeah, the most likely explanation. So disgusting trailer, absolutely fails in every way, and it is also not indicating something very important which will change everything about this and can in fact make it immediately fine. It might immediately make it fine. So they're not indicating whether or not these are armor sets that are from yellow unidentified gear, blue, green unidentified gear, or exotics. They don't say that. They don't say if it's karma armor that we can get. They don't say anything. So you can't really make a call on this one. Because honestly, like as honest as I can be, if this is just an identified gear, or even karma gear, or even exotic gear, then that's fine. That's perfectly fine. That's okay. That's fine. You can do that. That's okay. That's fine. But if this is like new ascended shit we have to craft, new achievement rewards we have to get, then they're just not worth it. They're just trash. So as you can see, the trailer doesn't identify whether these are normal drops or like what are they? Because for normal drops, okay, fine. But what are they? Yeah, but and then also what Emmy is saying here is like, I mean, it would be cool if mechanists could use those golems, referring to these, just for you to have a context. Is it here? No, it's here. Yeah, referring to these golems, right? And she says, it would be cool if mechanists could do those Asura golems that, that Taimi has instead of like the Jade golem, the Jade bots essentially. And here's what I was thinking. That's why I was trying to be teasing about it, because if that is a cosmetic, could this be a cosmetic? See, you see now where I'm going with this? Is it like spoiling that we might get skins for like the Jade bot? Is it spoiling that maybe toolkits are gonna get skins like the gun saber? It's not complete copium because this is a skin. Like this here is a skin. So why would they have this here as a skin and also this? Maybe it's copium, but this is a skin. So I'm curious. I'm very curious about that. I'm curious if it means what I'm saying, or if it's just as you said, the decorative element that like it's part of the story, it's lore, okay, all of that. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is first of all how you fucking fumbling with your words. But what it really is, ladies and gentlemen, it is how you make a 2-minute video into a 1 hour and a half essay. I want you to understand that. I want you to just acknowledge that I can make 2 minutes of bullshit actually an interesting topic for streaming. You're getting your money's worth, okay? Out of me, for sure. Now the problem with that is that it's already been 1.5 hours, and on Saturdays I'm supposed to like take it easy, which I want to do, and half the day is already gone. Like you can see what time it is on my stream, like for me. And I'm hungry, and I'm thinking maybe add this to the backlog, but at the same time, isn't that like a little bit? I mean, look at my backlog. I have to talk about all these things here, so adding another one, which is a whole fucking hour, would mean that I have to actually start doing some streams more often. I don't know if I can do that or want to do that. Should I go into this and like maybe give it 10 minutes to see what the person is talking about and then just like eject myself out of there if it's like nothing interesting, or stay if it's interesting and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk? Because if 2 minutes took me that long, that's an hour. So, oh Lord. Oh my god. Okay. You know what? I'm so curious that I want to see at least. I want to watch the start at least. Okay. Okay. So here we go. Let's see what right banana has to say. Also, I'm just teasing. I don't really hate the name or have any opinion on the person's opinions or on the person themselves. Like I'm not being sarcastic. I'm just being sweet, I guess. All right. So let's see what the banana has to say.
As far as I've always been concerned, MMOs set out to achieve the most insurmountable task in gaming as a medium. They aim to capture the overwhelming intricacy, chaos, and magic of life.
No, they don't. They used to back in the 90s. That's no longer there.
To construct a world from their imaginations, and have other real people inhabit it. It's wild, really, and it
What's wild is that this person still thinks this is the case in 2025 when everyone just wants to stay away from everyone else and play the game like solo, which is dumb as fuck, but that's the reality of it, so this person is wrong.
fascinates me. Despite that, I've only played one single MMO in my entire life.
No! No, banana! No, banana, don't do it! Banana! Don't do it! Just don't do it! Oh, I'm ready, I'm bracing.
And when I first gave it a go, it hooked me for an entire decade. I really do love that game a lot, but especially of late, I've been thinking that maybe I missed out on something, that I didn't get a real picture.
Yes, if the only MMO you've ever played is Final Fantasy and you played that for 10 years non-stop with no exceptions and not trying any other MMOs, you have... Oh boy, little pig, little pig. There are so many things you have to try out.
Of the genre. Maybe the grass is greener on the other side. There are so many different experiences that I could have had. So many games that build their
Yes.
world from different backgrounds
Very true.
in their unique ideal images. Now, I'm on a mission to change that, to expand my horizons and see what the genre, and more than that, what gaming has to offer for.
Yeah, there is one caveat. The caveat is that, like, if you are... So, I'm not saying that this is what our dear banana is doing. The banana may be innocent, but a lot of people, or some people, I'm not just going to say a lot of people, but some people, definitely quite a few from people I know, usually try other MMOs with the subconscious motive of shutting them down to confirm their bias towards the one they're playing. And I hate to say that. Trust me, I hate to say it. But Final Fantasy players and World of Warcraft players are, or were until very recently, exactly this. You would get, and World of Warcraft players less. Final Fantasy players a lot more. You could get like a Final Fantasy player and tell them, hey, you want to try Guild Wars with us? And they would, and then they would say, oh no, this is so bad, this does things and blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, I tried it, I'm going back. Without even giving it a chance. Because they're already hating everything about it, because everything about it is definitely not fucking Final Fantasy. So when you go into trying a new game and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna try it through the lens of a person who is like completely addicted to Final Fantasy, you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. You're gonna be angry. You're gonna regret your money, like spending your money, and you're going to disappoint a lot of your friends because they can see what's happening to you and you can't. And then they'll be sad for that because they'll be like, okay, well, that person can't fucking enjoy another game to save their life. That's it. And I know at least from close people that I know at least two people who are like that. Three, actually. At least three. Who came to Guild Wars, didn't even give it a proper chance. Like, legitimately, they never gave it the same chance they gave Final Fantasy, for example. I can tell you that for sure. They were very, very casual about it. They were very, like, meh about it. They were like, yeah, okay, I'll log in, play a little bit with you guys. Then I'm gonna fucking log off. You know, like, don't do that. If that's how you're gonna be, my dude, don't fucking do that. You know, if you want to try other MMOs, that's noble. That's what you should do because you shouldn't be living in a bubble. Okay, but when you do it for at least a week or a month or so, depending on how fast you catch up on things, just don't think about other games. Just focus on what you're doing and let it work. Right? Let it work. Just like when you watch a movie, you have to let it, suck you in a little bit. You have to suspend a little bit of your disbelief sometimes. And it's the same with MMOs. You have to let go of the idea that it's going to be like the one that you love and play and know, and you've played for years, okay? You have to actually approach it and be like, oh, look at this wonderful new world. Let me explore. Let me just fucking do everything there is to do. And then I'll have an opinion, Because, yeah, usually I'm the person who says, this whole thing about it gets better after 50 hours, yeah, I disagree with that. But there is an exception, and that's MMOs, because it's not about getting better. It's just simply that you cannot grasp the full extent of an MMO, especially one that has been out for a decade and more. Whether it's Final Fantasy, whether it's World of Warcraft, whether it's RuneScape, you can't unless you really deep dive it. Sad reality of things. That's how it is. So unless you're willing to do that, you can't just make a video and go like, oh, hey, I thought I was missing out. But I tried them, and after 100 hours, I look like I'm about to kill myself or something. Because I think that's what maybe the person is going for here. Considering the thumbnail is literally a person at 0 hours being super healthy, and then the same person after 100 hours looking like shit. You know what 100 hours are in terms of an MMO? Nothing. Legitimately nothing. It also highly depends which MMO we're talking about and how you go about it. Because in Guild Wars, I shit you not, the fastest I've seen, and I've seen this twice, at least twice, is a person being fully raid ready in a week. In a week. Story done, geared, proper build, knows the rotation, ready, fucking full ascended, they're ready to go. Did we push them a little bit? Yes. But that's a week for a person who has a day job, a normal day job. And they completed everything in a week and they were raiding with us. Not to mention the fact that in Guild Wars, you can literally just skip whatever you don't have time for. You can go straight into World versus World, never touch PvE. You can go PvP and never touch World versus World or PvE. Or you can do just PvE and it can take you months and it can also take you 2 days. It is extremely flexible. So that's why I'm very curious under what context this person says 100 hours of Guild Wars. Moving on.
For me, starting with Guild Wars 2. In this video, I'll be beginning and playing ArenaNet's hit MMO for 100 hours as a complete novice, immersing myself in the world and its community in the hopes of asking and answering one simple question. Was my MMO obsession a fluke, or does this genre truly just have something special? Whilst I admit that amount of time is barely enough to scratch the surface of a...
Thank you for acknowledging that. And especially for a Final Fantasy player, it seems to me they need, and maybe even World of Warcraft players, but more Final Fantasy players though, definitely. It seems to me they also need an adjustment period. So that has to be accounted for. Because you could not make two more different MMOs than Final Fantasy and Guild Wars. They are principally different. They are like existentially different. So the transition can be quite problematic.
A title with a decade-long storied history of content updates and community lore alike, I'm excited to lose myself in this world, at least for a short while.
Also, for now, I'm going to assume that the person genuinely wants to try it, and it's not one of the cases where I said earlier that, in which the person is like, deep down, they just want it to not be nice. They want to not like it, just to justify their choice to stay in their favorite MMO, which honestly, you should stay in your favorite MMO. You don't need to justify it or anything. Just stay and enjoy it. Once you get fed up, you can check other games. That's how it, you shouldn't out of spite or just to be contrarian get into another MMO, because then you're going to be one of those clowns that yells on map chat, "Whoa, it's so much better. Final Fantasy is so much better." Nobody fucking cares. Go back there, enjoy it, and much love, my guy,
If you like this video and want to support more like this, please do consider subscribing. It means a lot to me. With that said, let's let...
You know what I did when I caught myself saying in Final Fantasy to friends like, "Oh, nah, Guild Wars does this better." I went and played Guild Wars. Take notes. Do the same. Not with Guild Wars, with your favorite MMO. Do the same.
Let the chronicle of my adventures begin.
Ah, seizure reformat. Nice, good job.
My first shock, funnily enough, came before I even started the game. Whilst I was downloading and installing the launcher, I made a throwaway tweet. Not
Yeah, these tweets and this is just like just pushing themselves. Like that's fine. That's literally just advertising yourself and your Twitter, and just just baiting in replies to get popularity so that people like just pay attention to what you're doing. Yeah, I don't care about this shit, man.
one with show the likes and comments. Although I should
Yeah, I
build
don't fucking care.
later,
Yeah, whatever.
I
Let's go.
cannot for the life of me remember their names. There's Human, the old
You can't remember the names of the races of Tyria, but you can remember the races of Final Fantasy, like Hrothgar and what are the bunnies called? No one even knows how the bunnies are called. They're just called bunnies. Does anyone say Mikote? Like, come on, dude.
reliable, the normie race that I would have assumed players would shy away
Everyone says cat girls, bunny girls, and bunny boys, and like, yeah, that's it. And fairies, which are the Hrothgar, and that's it.
from. Though I have since learned that actually they are by far the most popular race in this game. Joining them in the quintet are Human but really tall, the
You don't get to say human but really tall, even though you are right, because you're a Final Fantasy player where every race is human but. Human but cat ears. Human but bunny ears. Human but big. Human but like, come on, dude.
magical race of tree hippies, the not a gnoblin nor a gnelf, although they could certainly cosplay as either on a good day, and the fur affinity users. For me, it boiled down to a competition between the Sylvari with their really cool tendrils of intertwined roots and vines for hair, and the tall people capable of shapeshifting into animals, and in a huge assumption from me, an easy mannequin on which to apply amazing looking armor later down the line. In the end, I locked in with the latter choice, and at long last, booted into Guild Wars 2 properly for the first time.
Humans are short norns. Wow, okay, I see.
As a side note, if you want to try the game yourself, please do use my affiliate link in the description. It's free, and it helps support me a lot. It opens with this gorgeous animated watercolor style cutscene, grounding us immediately in the world of Tyria and in the hunter-gatherer lifestyle that the humans, but tall, have led for generations.
Yeah, no, you don't get to criticize like that when your favorite MMO is just like worse in that regard. At least acknowledge that they're both bad in that regard, and you'd still lose that war because, well, Guild Wars is more unique in races. So I don't get the.
It tells of a bad dragon, not that kind, named Jormag the Ice Dragon, and how it forced the tall guys to retreat south, giving up their ancestral home for the relative
Are we gonna go through storytelling? What's up?
places to explore as you like. This took me aback at first. The MMO I'm used to is very narrative centric, and they would never dream of letting you stray off the beaten
Yes, and that is a huge deficit of Final Fantasy.
path. I was expecting Guild Wars 2 to follow suit and to lead me through a sequence of point A to point B story quests that would lead me directly all the way towards endgame.
Thank fucking God that's not the case. Thank fucking God.
But what actually happened was very different. Instead, after a few introductory quests to help you get your bearings, the game cuts you loose entirely.
So the quests don't help you get your bearings. The quests are just there. You could say the scouts can help you navigate, and like they say, like what you see here. You talk to a scout and they go like, okay, you can go there and do that. You can go there where the other person needs help, you know.
You're given free rein to explore and carve your own path through the world. Every 10 levels, you unlock a sequence of story quests, the carrot on a stick for plot enthusiasts. At lower levels, these story fragments were part of your character's personal story, which would, as far as I assumed, eventually feed into a more overarching arc on a grander scale a little later down the road. Honestly, I bloody loved this structure. It clicked with me immediately. I have to be in a certain mood to be able to fully digest and appreciate long-winded dialogue. And because MMOs are traditionally huge fans of exposition dumping,
This person should never go anywhere near Xanthir. They're gonna have a stroke. I had a stroke in Xanthir. Like, it is so bad. The exposition dump and the info dump and the dialogues, like dialogue after dialogue after dialogue. Oh my god. Shut the fuck up. And the bears talking, shut the fuck up. So I hope this person by that point has developed like some sort of like immunity to it.
and talking a hell of a lot,
Which, if they play Final Fantasy, they probably already have like built-in immunity because that's Tuesday for Final Fantasy, whereas for Guild Wars it was an expansion.
sometimes it feels like more of a barrier to enjoyment rather than an immersive element that drew me deeply into the world. When I've had a long day, what I often want much more than starting around the place like headless chickens, occasionally interspersed by guys who, by the looks of them with their glowy weapons and armor, had way too many hours in the game to be stood next to us.
No, not necessarily. I mean, again, like, it really just depends on the content you're doing. So you can't really do the thing where you can judge somebody by their appearance. A lot of people in my guild have excellent fashion sense, and if you saw them, you'd be like, "Nah, that guy's a noob," like from their clothes or something. The real fucking indicator that the person knows what they're doing is when their fashion wars are on point without looking like clowns and fucking walking color lanterns, you know?
Us in this beginner map. The map was dotted with places to explore, lookout locations nestled high up on cliffs that I'd have to smartly navigate to reach, points of interest that acted to shepherd me to the main locales nearby, and renowned hearts that were for all intents and purposes choice-driven filler quests to do, all across the foothills. This stuff is dangerous. Like, really, it was crack cocaine to me. I spent the majority of the next hour prancing around getting to grips with the basics of the game,
Okay.
feeling the sense of satisfaction well up, in line with my me to raise pressure together. Eventually tackling whatever raiding content we eventually stumbled upon, and most importantly, solving it all ourselves. Treating it like a great adventure rather than something to be optimized and guided through. There was just one problem. We had all chosen different races and professions, and
So?
unbeknownst to us, had resultantly been scattered to the wind in
Bro, it's 20 levels and you go to Lion's Arts. Like, just follow your story. You go to Lion's Arts. After that, you're together. Like, is he really making... Please don't make a point like that.
the far corners of the world. We couldn't play together, at least not for now. Not until we ended up being funneled together once again later down the road.
It's not much later, my guy. It's not an issue.
I did hear that there was a way to circumvent this using these hulking teleporters.
No, there's... Okay, moving on.
Called Asura Gates, but we were all on the free version of
I've never used a single Asura gate. Level 10 is insane progress. I've never used an Asura gate, and I had no difficulty meeting with my friends ever in any MMO. To be fair, not just like Guild Wars, but any MMO has no MMO ever stopped me from meeting my friends super fast. Whether it was Final Fantasy or Guild Wars or World of Warcraft, it was pretty easy for me. I don't understand what this person is on about. Like, for real.
the game at the request or setting big has been. We cannot let that slide. But what will very quickly learn is functionally useless compared to just slotting necromancer skills instead.
Yeah, of course, because the whole racial skills is something that, well, it should never be significant. It should be RP slash low level kind of thing, and more a novelty than an actual feature. and I hope it stays that way. More interaction would be nice, where maybe you can select to stay in your transformed form as a Norn. That would be awesome. Like if you can become like a werewolf or a were-tiger, or well, were-leopard in this case, or a were whatever were you want to be. That would be nice, like as a cosmetic difference. That's it though. And Demi agrees and says, like, I don't want some race to be meta because it has cool skills. Yeah, I absolutely fucking agree. So I think this person is just like talking out their ass, but it's hour 3, and in hour 3, some people have barely learned to press WNSD. So yeah, it's okay. I'll let it go, but this is like not a good thing to say, because he's got like no idea, or they got no idea what they're talking about. And for context, Emmy and Lucy, like for those who don't know, because why would you know? Emmy and Lucy are both in my guild, and they're both very, very new players to PvE content in the case of Emmy, but to the whole game in the case of Lucy. And neither of them, and neither one that no person that I know had like such difficulties as this person is describing. So far, it's like literally just nonsense. I'm sorry. It's not personal against the banana. I mean, the banana is a good narrator, but what they're narrating is kind of dog. I'm sorry.
Should have gone with the tree hippies, huh? I was enjoying my pick of class a lot though. As my levels had grown, my arsenal of little bone goblins and flesh mongooses had expanded as well. And by this point, I was carting around an entire troop, shambling after me and eager to dogpile and devour anything that had the misfortune to tread in my path. I definitely felt like I was playing Necromancer wrong, going all in on minion summoning.
Yes, you are. You shouldn't be wrong. Minion builds should be a thing. It's not a thing, unfortunately. But yes, you're playing it wrong.
There seemed to be a bunch of strong options revolving around debuffs and damage over time, and I was curious to try those out later down the road. Luckily for me, the world was my oyster, and it was fairly easy to make changes further along based on my preferences. By now, I barely understood how stats worked, so I was hesitant to commit to a build in any particular way just yet. I imagined it wouldn't be worth considering till later, either time I surrender them. I would learn later that you could simply use the mouse to highlight different types.
So to his embarrassment, he says that it takes you a long while to find your friends, but there he is in a central hub right now, where every player is funneled for the first time, and they're encouraged to use this as a meeting point, because it's lower significant, and it is like one of the few central hubs of the game. Well, not few anymore, but few definitely if you're a free player. So I don't know if this person is a free player. I have no idea. But even if you're a flea player, if you like fleas and you just like, you like it when they nom on you and they like chomp you no. Look, if you're a free player, not a flea player, hour 4, right? There we go. But earlier, the person was just complaining. What you don't want the 4 hour like ease into kind of period, really?
Types of locales, and all the easy spent 20 almost at the exact same time I achieved my goal. Do then to a zone marked at level 15 to 25 connected directly to mine. There was this renown heart right near the entranceway to the zone that completely threw me for a loop. The quest was simple. It just involved defending a location for a period and defeating any enemies that attacked as they poured in through portals in their dozens. But every now and then, what I could own through
Listen.
portals in
Oh my god. I am not even mad. I am not even mad. This guy is gaming. This guy is gaming hard. He's having the time of his life. He's having this one guy. He knows how to game properly. He's having the time of his life on that roof, living the dead die fantasy. He's having the time of his fucking life, and I love it. I absolutely fucking love that.
dozens. But every now and then, what I could only assume to be some giant cannon was blasting out these weird red lasers with some of the oddest visual and sound effects I had ever seen. I didn't know what to
What's weird about that? I was expecting something really weird, but I'm not sure exactly what's weird about that. It's a Sonic cannon. What do you want it to do?
make of it. At first, I genuinely thought it was a bug, until it happened the second, third, and
Yeah.
fourth time. I guess not all parts of this game have aged like fine wine. Neither
No, not all, but especially what the person is referring to. I am not quite sure what they were trying to point out as old. I don't get it.
the south side of the Disa Plateau, I stumbled across a set of old ramparts. It was the ruins of a castle, complete with ghostly sentries blocking entry to the stairwells. It went on for what felt like forever, and at the end of it all, right at the top, there was a lookout point. I had to get there. What followed was 10 minutes of jump puzzle, hopping across gaps and clambering up the cliffs, and at one point, falling off the edge and having to start from the beginning all over again.
Welcome to Guild Wars 2 jumping puzzles, you bitch.
Because I hadn't quite clocked yet that your movement speed slows down whilst in combat.
Then that is so annoying, but I get it, okay. But it's so fucking annoying. I feel for this guy in this particular case, okay. And they're new as well, so that must have been like, yeah.
That one hurt a little bit, but eventually I got it and it felt fantastic. I had loved that there were these little challenges to tackle, just out there
Wait until they find out about achievements.
to be discovered in the open world. These little random chunks of perfect ludic gameplay that felt just as good as overcoming a raid or a dungeon when you claimed their secrets for yourself. In the twilight moments of Hour 6, I 100%ed this zone too, and upon getting my loot chest as a reward, I took a look at the world map to see where to go next. It was then that I realized I had made an incredible blunder. So, my race are the Long Lads, right? Their home is the Snowy Mountains. Well, it turns out there was a level 15 to 25 zone directly in these Snowy Mountains, just on the other side of my starting.
Yeah, it is almost like the game tells you Snowden drifts 15 to 25. It's almost like it tells you that, you could say.
Zone. That was where I was meant to have naturally progressed to. Not here. I had instead just walked off.
But it's still not a mistake because look, you start in Holbrook, go into Wayfarer, which is like 1 to 15, and then 15 to 25, the progression is fine. So I'm not quite sure what the person is trying to say here, but they're wrong.
To some random location in what I could only assume to be the Char homeland. I suppose the dozens of furry NPCs were supposed to be some kind of hint, but it went way over my head during the 2 hours I spent here.
Yeah, but why is it a problem? I don't get it why that's a problem. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand as well. Like, well, what is the issue of them straying off the beaten path and choosing another starting area? That is a plus. I guess, you know what, maybe they're too used. Like, so here, maybe they're too used to how Final Fantasy does it, where it takes you by the hand.
So, there was
Like forcibly by the hand. It literally drags you by the hand.
little left to do but trudge back over to the west like a child who had been caught hiding behind the bike sheds during class time. It was here that I decided to tackle the level 20. It was hilarious count. Story locked off until level 30. This was more stark, snowy hilltop landscape, filled with predators and sons of Svanir cultists. At this point, it had become habit to eagerly and immediately explore a new zone the moment I stepped foot in it, with any other goal.
Of course that's what you should do. Of course that's what you should do.
Immediately forgotten. Partway through exploring the area, I ran into this champion-imbued aberration, and a player fighting it all on their own. In my false sense of self-confidence, I decided to try and help out. And for a while it seemed like it was going really well.
No, it's going really bad, and I can tell by the percentage of health. It's going really, really bad.
The health bar was going down, and we were making progress.
Nope.
That is, until the other player died, and the monster aggroed onto me.
Okay.
Instead, and killed me in one hit. I guess I have to know my limits. By hour 9, I had finished this zone too, and continued onwards further to the west, to Gendaran Fields. And my lord, this was the most emotionally resonant moment I had had in the game so far. Seeing the snow peel back and make way for green, shrubs and trees and life.
I'll say it again. Guild Wars open worlds are amazing. Fight me.
And it all felt like a coming of age almost, the surest sign of all the progress I had made in the game so far. I was honestly a little more excited about all of this than I should have been.
Yeah, because Final Fantasy is just like nothing to be excited about. You just enter a new area, you do a quest, and that's it. Never come back. Okay, thanks, bye, literally. It's the okay, thanks, bye map design. Whereas then, if you come to Guild Wars, especially as a Final Fantasy player, you're like, whoa, am I on drugs? Like, can I go everywhere and do everything? Like...
But it drove me forward in working to add this area to my completed list as well. It was here that I learnt a basic function of Guild Wars 2.
Oh
as
no.
Well, that I probably should have
Oh
done
no.
from the very start.
Oh no.
So you see, in your inventory, there's this.
Okay, that's minor. That's minor. That's minor. Okay, that's minor. Coming to Guild Wars 2 as someone who only played OSRS before, as a breath of fresh air, says Lucy. I will agree, and Lucy is one of the people that I know who didn't do the usual mistake of like, okay, I'm gonna try it, but since it's not insert favorite MMO name, I'm gonna hate it, and I'm only trying it to hate it, you know. Lucy is one of the people who tried it genuinely and enjoyed it and stayed. And Guild Wars 2 has always focused more on exploration than any other MMO. Agreed as well. They capitalize on that. They should continue capitalizing it. They do continue capitalizing it. And I have high hopes for the new maps.
This little button here. This transfers all of the crafting materials in your inventory, knowing that I wasn't close to doing this and interconnected. And it felt like from here I could offshoot to almost anywhere.
I love that the person has been babbling happily, like literally just very happy about the map and the open world. I love that it's like drawing them in and they're realizing that, oh, this is actually great design. I can go anywhere. I can fucking have an adventure on my own, you know?
More verdant fields and hinterlands to the west and north. An untapped snowy pass to the east. And further onwards, I still had most of the desert utterly untouched. But none of that mattered right now. My next set of personal quests was set to take me to Lion's Arch, which was now directly to the south. This I was now by owning one of them. So, from now on, I had to go on foot. The level 30 story quests gave me a decision that seemed important. Which faction to align myself with.
Not too important. Aesthetics and personal headcanon and lore and all that.
Holistic issue from each individual. It was finally time to enter Lion's Arch. There was this more that this and this dock that looks like a bloody lobster from above, which has way more aura than I ever could have hoped for.
I'm glad that they like this Lion's Arch, but the old Lion's Arch is far better.
I spent a while exploring it, eyeing up the spinning wheel of your combo constantly to put together some semblance of a basic rotation next. All my previous experience came from a GCD-centric game, Global Cooldown, where you're just eyeing up the spinning wheel of your combo constantly to know when to press your next button. Guild Wars 2.
My guy, if you are doing that in Final Fantasy, you should never talk about rotations. Ever, ever. All the Lay had homey vibe and real pirate theme. Yeah, I agree. I agree. All the Lay was like super good. You can still go there. You can complete an achievement. It gives you a key, and you can use the key. You double click it, and it teleports you there. And it's excellent. I really love it. I have it. I unlocked it, and I have it. And I'm really happy that I have it.
Was very different. Instead of that, as fast as you could get your casts and attacks out, you could use them. There were buffs too that could speed you up, and they were very significant. I noticed that I spent a lot more time having to look at my hotbar to get used to the timings of everything. I still wasn't comfortable with weapon swapping regularly yet, but I was definitely becoming more proficient over time with my abilities. I spent the next 2 hours completing that snowy zone to the east, which I constructed so that they could be domesticated. Honestly, it was very cute and wholesome, and I'm somewhat heartbroken that I can't keep my own pet crabs in game, because it would absolutely be a selling point. Trust me, ArenaNet, you're onto something here.
You think they're onto something? You think they're onto something? Final Fantasy copied the event system, my guy. Of course they're onto something. It's one of the, again, it's part of what makes the open world a living, breathing world. That there is like overarching like event chains that are meaningful and are not like Final Fantasy's fates at all, which are dried and fucking, they're dry as a desert, like both in terms of fun and in terms of like whatever the fuck you're doing. Whereas here you're just like being involved in stuff that affects the world, that leads up to something and blah blah blah. I mean, you don't need me to say it. It's cool. It's cool, you know?
Once all of this was done, I headed back to Lion's Arch. There's this thing called the Adventure Guide, which gives a ton of XP. It seems to be there to guide players in tackling a multitude of varied tasks during their leveling process in exchange for different rewards, and at this point I had completed the first chapter naturally. For chapter 2, in order to get the completion reward and unlock part 3, I just had to level a crafting job up until 30. So, that's exactly what I did. Crafting in this game is very passive. It genuinely is as simple as finding the materials, possessing the required level, then hitting craft and it would just be done. I didn't plan on delving too deeply into the system yet, so I just crafted a bunch of simple basic materials, even
Yeah, I mean, the crafting system you're meant to do early on, it's going to give you a lot of experience. And I'm talking about leveling experience, not like crafting experience, but also crafting experience. There is literally no reason to not every now and then, even if you don't want to min-max or power play, there's no reason for you to just not refine your materials into different other materials and get the XP boost from that, which is going to help you with leveling fast.
purchasing the ones I was lacking from the auction house. In just shy of 10 minutes, I made it all the way to 30 and dinged the completion of Chapter 2. When I turned it in, let's just say I hadn't anticipated how strong these are for experience. I went up like 5 or 6 levels at once, blasting from the cusp of level 50 all the way up to 56.
18 hours for 53 is very nice for a player who doesn't know what they're doing. They clearly explored, they clearly got involved with the game. I like that. Because there are people who are like, oh, and I see that from recruiting people, and they go like, oh yeah, I'm a new player. I want to join your guild, but I'm gonna be leveling for quite a while because I'm low level, and I'm like, yeah, see you in 10 hours. So yeah, don't be. So to all my new players out there, don't be intimidated by the level 80. It's not like it really isn't like other games. You can Guild Wars is end game centric, and you can level so fast you would not even believe it. Like, without consuming XP books, you can still level extremely fast.
It genuinely shocked me just how fast the leveling was in this game. I felt like I had barely even gotten started, and yet I was
You have barely started. It's just that you think that level indicates experience or content done, which is not true.
already halfway to the cap. Whilst I was exploring the blood-tide coast, I came across this huge mass of players outside an old shipwreck.
People love this event because it's easy to catch and it does draw attention, and new players fucking absolutely love it. Every single new player video I've ever seen mentions this one quest. It's a good one, I agree. It's a siege. There's like lots of shit happening. There's like, it's literal the meme like, oh, sounds, explosions, things happening, yay, that kind of thing.
To me is nice to, and at the end for Point, but we assumed it would be a fun thing we could slowly build together over time. At this point, I was the furthest ahead of my little group. The rest hadn't yet made their way to Lion's Arch.
That is crazy, my guy. That is crazy. What is your gaming group consisted of if they can't reach Alliance Arts in like a day? Not even a day, like maybe an hour or two. Like, what are you guys doing? Legit. It's not even a matter of gear or anything. It's literally, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? You're meant to reach Lion's Arts in like 4 hours.
So I fronted the 1 gold fee to construct the guild, and otherwise we left understanding it as a task we'd tackle later down the line. It was now time to return to the story. After what the captive in question, but I had found the completion of each zone endlessly cathartic. There was just something special about seeing the sights, completing some low-stakes quests, and hopping into whichever events appeared along the way.
I like that they have chosen a glamour that looks extremely like the cat girl starting gear, along with the stuff that looks very Final Fantasy. Tell me you're a Final Fantasy player without telling me you're a Final Fantasy player. That's the outfit. For reference, let me show you something. Just for reference, 1 second. Just 1 second for reference. I'll find it. Yeah, there we are. There we are. I would prefer an in-game picture though, because the concept art is whatever. But yeah, I'll show you it. And this is what? Why did I close that? 1 second. So this is the Mikote starting gear. So as you can see, yeah, you can tell that like the person definitely is a Final Fantasy player, and probably I didn't notice if they're playing a cat girl in Final Fantasy from their snippet that they showed. I didn't notice it at all, but it wouldn't surprise me because yeah, you can tell. Just a small little fact. And also, Neris, congratulations on having internet. That's very nice. Hey. Anyway, let's move on.
And in doing all of this, feeling adequately rewarded for my time with both experience points and loot. It felt like whatever I did, I was working towards something. I finished divesting the Blood-Tide coast of its booty as a fourth half of the map, one featuring this gargantuan camp which we stormed, alongside a bunch of other players that had funneled towards it just
Still in the phase of discovering actual content in the open world.
like sheer numbers. I had barely even noticed he was supposed to be a boss in the first place until he dropped his loot. Finishing this unlocked the 4.
Yeah, that's because that's because of how things are done. You know, it's like you can't make the bosses in open world too hard because then otherwise people will complain. because apparently, I guess Guild Wars combat is too hard if you have like less than one brain cell. So yeah.
4th July. Just to finish leveling in Guild Wars 2, really.
And you know, I have zero issues with the difficulty being lower than expected. Yeah, for hot, yeah, that's different. Yeah.
You're just simply permanently unlock the starting to catch up now, and they told me about a world boss that was about to spawn off to the west, in a zone I had never visited before. I had a bit of time to make it there, so I decided to head into the unknown and try to witness it for myself. The number of people here dwarfed even the amount at the shipwreck I had done a handful of hours earlier. In fact, there were so many people on their cool mounts that I'd never seen before, and it felt like the servers were chugging under the load as the battle begun. The world boss was this huge, flowery worm enemy that burrowed up from the underground like something out of Dune, and whilst its attacks mostly just amounted to avoid the telegraphed AoEs.
My guy, you will be surprised at how many people can't avoid the telegraphed AoE.
Whilst putting in as much damage as possible, I was stressed. The one time
Oh no. Oh no. Why would you be stressed from this? Why would you be stressed from this? just, just avoid the one mechanic.
I did get hit, it almost instantly killed me, so I tentatively poked away at its flank whilst trying not to get too close or putting myself at any risk.
Which is the wrong way to play, because what is supposed to happen, but that will never happen because that's literally player coordination, and the guilds, the devs, or not the guilds, the devs cannot force it. Normally you would have healers. So how healing works in this game, again, for all the new players, I'll try to just put it in very, very simple terms. It's not like other MMOs where you can expect when you'll take damage, you fire off your big heal and everyone is safe, and the rest you avoid. It's more like your health points are going to be an accordion, and it is the job of your healer to make sure that the accordioning of your health is on the upper limits of your health than the lower limits of your health. And it's your job to not avoid everything, but avoid the things that hurt a lot, which stress your healer and force them out of their loop of constantly pumping health into you in small, degrees. So it's normal if you're coming from World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy to see all these circles and be like, oh my god, I shouldn't touch anything. And that pushes you into the mindset of, you know what, I'm just going to stay at Narnia and like blink away at things from Narnia, and then you die anyway because you're not close to anyone healing. Now, the issue here, and again, it's like what people cannot force, like what ArenaNet cannot force, is that players don't play supports at all, especially in open worlds. Yeah, it just doesn't happen. So, of course, people develop this mindset of everything kills me, either slowly or fast, so I'm just going to stay away and hope for the best. And then they die anyway. Um, so that's a problem, but unfortunately, ArenaNet cannot do anything. It's more like people should try to have good compositions of squads, but that's not going to happen in open world, and that is why the devs have made open world on purpose extremely easy to alleviate that circumstance.
When it died, it dropped this massive loot chest, one that was bigger than my character even. These things really did feel like a reason to congregate excitedly. At hour 30, something unexpected happened. ArenaNet gifted me the game. Every single expansion, all of it.
Holy shit.
I wasn't expecting it either, and this is not a sponsored segment or video or anything like.
Say what you want about ArenaNet, but they are the one company that has the best player support. And they usually surprise you with things like that sometimes. That's bullshit. I mean, to be fair, the person does have like 1,000 subscribers as well, and they come from Final Fantasy, and of course, it's very, very interesting. Like, I would also do it as a developer if I noticed them and they're trying to build a community. They brought their friends, they started a guild, they're trying, of course, you want to push a little bit. So I would also probably give them those things, I guess. So yeah, what can you do? But I'm glad that they did. Cool move. Final Fantasy would never gift you anything. Just saying. So yeah, that it's something. It's like it's really just such a 1% kind of thing. But it happened. Whereas I've never seen that happen to anyone in any other game ever. So that's definitely something.
like that. In fact, everything just randomly unlocked whilst I was logged into the game, and I was bombarded by a million random pop-ups with rewards that I mistook for quest rewards for a couple of moments. They had heard that I was planning to make this video about Guild Wars 2 and decided that they wanted to support it, which was very kind of them. If this video ends up making you either want to try the game's free trial yourself, or even to purchase a new expansion and catch up, I have an affiliate code in the description so that you can support me. There's no price change, it just means that I make a few pennies from you using the link. It's a way you can support the video if you enjoy it, without putting yourself out in any way. But yes, so I got gifted the expansions, which...
That is extremely generous. That is extremely generous.
while very kind, meant something incredibly important. I got my Raptor mount back. I was back in business. The second boon of this kindness was that it also presented me with 5 level skips to boost alt characters to level 80. I didn't plan on utilizing them yet. Those had not been factored in to the overarching world completion.
Oh, back to the cat girl outfit? Okay.
If I wanted to fill the bar, I just had to do all things base game. Of course, I was more than happy to oblige. At one point I came across this event that I had never seen before, called a Rift. It seemed simple enough. Some monsters spawned, which I joined the folk around me in defeating, but then it asked me to close the rift afterwards. And when I tried to, it said I needed to unlock, well, something?
Yeah, I mean, right now you're just... here's the thing. Rifts you don't need to bother with until you understand what rifts are. They will exist in the world because people play the open world, unlike World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy. So you will see people doing rifts and you can help them, but that's expansion stuff and you can very safely ignore it. Like, just take my word for it, you can completely ignore it. The fact that this person cannot close the rift does not mean they're missing out on anything. Legit.
Else who was able to interact with the rift, and then I could loot the rewards. By the end of my session here, I had crept all the way past the 50% map completion mark. My friends had finally...
No, the person has not passed the 50% completion. That is a general misconception of new players. That percentage you see from world completion, that is the core game. The game at this point is double or triple the size, so that 100% is literally 1/3.
all caught up past the point of reaching Lion's Arch, which...
It's okay to be a bit salty, don't worry. I mean, I'm also salty. I wish I was granted the expansions. I wish other people were too. But hey, unfortunately, we're both like insignificant, so we will never have that kind of treatment. But hey, whatever. It's good on them, I guess. I don't mind. It's good on them.
meant that for the first proper time so far in this journey, we would be embarking on release difference, exploration, and we tackled the former first. It was honestly quite a slow-paced affair, trash mobs intermingling with the occasional boss fight, though lacking any mechanics that were really worth talking about. Disappointed, we moved on to
Disappointed, you say, but you can't even do rotations and you die in one hit. Like, you have to find. So, my advice for this person would be that they need to clear their objectives. They need to be like, what am I here to do and what can I do? Because if you don't have any idea about rotations, not even in Final Fantasy, because the person clearly said, I press whatever lights up. They literally said, whatever comes off cooldown, I press it for Final Fantasy. If you're doing that, you have no fucking leg to stand on to demand more complicated mechanics. No, you should be happy that this is that easy for you and it is easing you into dungeons. And let's not forget, this person is also doing story mode of this dungeon. So for new players, again, here's how dungeons work in Guild Wars. You do the story mode, and once you do the story mode, which is baby mode, literally baby mode, you unlock. Which, by the way, I'm not saying the dungeons are hard; they are very easy, but not as easy as this person thinks. And they do kill. They will kill you. If you don't know the mechanics, they will kill you. Guaranteed. Trust me on that one. So what this person is doing is commenting on the story version, which is basically the kiddies pool version. No mechanics, everything is easy, blah, blah, blah. So, and also them not exactly being experts from what I see in rotations in either game of the two. And parentheses, they've played one of them for 10 years and they still said something that is just bullshit for that game. I think they really shouldn't be talking about mechanics and complexity. Like, they really shouldn't be talking about that right now. Especially right now, our 36, right? Not even 80 level. You should just, like, sit back and enjoy.
to the exploration mode, and suddenly everything hit way harder.
Oh, so they do acknowledge it. They said exploration mode, which is basically what you unlock after story mode, and then everything hits harder. There's mechanics, and suddenly I wonder if they're gonna if they complain right now, I'm gonna lose my shit.
We were having to pay attention to telegraphs to avoid their ire. There was this battle with waves of spawning enemies from all directions that we had to quickly cull, and the bosses were much deadlier than before. But funnily enough, by far the most memorable moment was when this cave troll came lumbering.
This is a noob stomper. This is a bonus event that can happen in the Scalonian dungeons. All dungeons have mini events, from what I remember, that are randomly generated. There's not a lot of events, but for example, there's gonna be 3 different events per dungeon, I think. Maybe 2, maybe 1 in some. I don't fucking know. I don't remember. But you can stumble on them, and one of them in the Scalonian catacombs, which is where these guys are, is the cave troll. And the cave troll is legendary because it's a literal noob stomper. As you can see, it is doing a very good job at pointing, at making my point. you, you can easily see that, and it's interesting.
Out of a tunnel and smacked half of our party in the face,
Half of our party? I saw all your party, but okay.
immediately downing them. What followed was this intense little fight as we tried to contend with raising our allies, staying alive, and killing the troll without succumbing to the overwhelming urge to badly quote Lord of the Rings. Honestly, it was a good laugh. We didn't have time to do more then and there, but I was genuinely enthusiastic about getting to see the next one. After this, one of my more experienced friends, Stahl, told me about a quote-unquote special world boss that was spawning soon and said to come and do it with her. She had joined Guild Wars 2 a month or so before me, so I stumbled over to the location that she marked like a lost lamb with no idea what to expect.
Yeah, you open your social thing, is Y default, and then the second tab on the left, and under Central Terria there is World Bosses. There's one that's filling up really fast right now. There's only 5 slots left. Yeah.
That one I got in it.
And then you just have to come here. Try to be here as fast as you can because the instance will fill up.
After I had...
The person is doing a horrible job at explaining that you can right-click. So here is how you do it from the start. First, you check your events timer, right? It's this. Sorry for the zoomed-in window. It's this. Right? Those are all the events that are ongoing. this is your current time, and this is the time the event is gonna start. You can see it by following the, you know. If you mouse over, it's gonna tell you what the event is and where it is. And usually, you should be there 5 to 10 minutes earlier. I'd say 5 minutes is more than enough. So you find a squad about 5 minutes prior or 10 minutes prior if it's like a super huge event. You find that, you join the squad, like the person found the squad, you join it. You quickly go to the map that the event is taking place, which you can see from the event timers, right? You can also check the event timers in-game with the slash command. You can look that up. I'm not going to guide you for that one. And then once you're there, you will notice that even though the person is in the group of 50 people, that's 50 people likely, judging from this, there's 47 actually. Once you see that, you'll notice that they are grayed out. So their, character is green. That's their health, by the way. That's also a health indication. So you can tell that they're there on their own. The squad is in a different instance of the map because the instances fill because there's just way too many people doing them. Even to this day, even for core Tyria, core game, the free-to-play version that you can play, been done every single day, multiple times. So, point being, if you find yourself in this situation where your squad is in another instance, locate your commander. Your commander is, if they know what they're doing, they're going to be on a separate subgroup. So this is subgroup 1, as you can see from the indication here. What has happened here is that everyone is in the same subgroup, which is fair enough, because you're not going to sit there and organize events like that because they're just too easy. And so if your commander is on a separate subgroup, so 2, for example, scroll down, find them, right-click on them, select Join in Instance. That will take you where your squad is. If they're not on a separate subgroup and they have foolishly left themselves on the first subgroup, making it difficult to see who it is, that is the commander, you can still tell by a small border that their portrait will have. Your portrait will have a border, their portrait will also have a border, indicating that it is a commander, and that's, you should join in their instance of that map. But first travel to that map, of course. And remember, timing is key. You can't really be told by someone, hey, quickly, there is like this happening right now, this super popular major event. I'm pretty sure you're going to get in with us. You're not. You're definitely not. So yeah, don't be this person. Unlucky.
Struggled my way through learning how to change instances and join squads via the game's group searching feature, as she explained it to me like I was a 6-year-old child, which in all honesty was giving me way too much credit. I was in. There were so many people here. Like, I know I keep saying it, but it put the Pirate Siege event to shame.
This commander in particular is not a lazy one. They have put themselves in subgroup 2, making it easier for you to scroll down, right-click that, join instance.
As more players trickled in minute by minute, the anticipation rose. This was the first time I was interacting with what felt like endgame.
This is by no means endgame content. By no means is this endgame content anymore in 2025. It's still done, it's still popular, you can say it, but it's not the endgame.
Never even its tummies. Then periodically simultaneously to avoid their enrage. We had no idea of which boss to take ourselves, so we just picked one at random and hopped into a squad. This affair seemed much more serious, as the party...
It's not much more serious. It's just the problem is that people can't fucking communicate. They suck balls at communicating and reading.
Us up. We thought it was hilarious, but what this also served to do was build the upcoming world boss to be something much more dangerous in our heads, and be fed into matching vats around the arena. Like to these newer players, I worked all the way through to the beginning of the level 70 plotline, and it was here that I began to finally feel myself really getting drawn into the lore. The curtain peeled back, and the overarching threat of the dragons and the impact they have on the world became clearer. The Order of Whispers, after a decision for spend within assaults, and its defenders mount a desperate evacuation of the Western into the fold. Visit the Wise Tree, not that one, for advice and bear witnesses to visions that for what seems like the first time in countless years, the dragon seems mortal, beatable, maybe even killable. And that is where I left it, before taking a break to tackle something a little more time sensitive. You see, there was a seasonal event going on as I had
Nah.
the second one. Exactly what I had envisioned when Festival was mentioned, and what I had initially expected to be significantly less interesting to engage with, so I only did it 3 times in the end. After this palette cleanser, I got back to my mainstay content, map completion. By this point I was all the way up to 65%, and I had visited every corner of the base game world map. I was almost sad to be over halfway done because of how much fun I had had.
Well, strap in, baby boy or baby girl, because that's again not 100% at all. Like at all, you'll be surprised.
Then my friends became available again, so we got together to tackle a few more of the moved home. Being new, we had yet to learn the way that Guild Wars 2 likes to challenge you, and we hadn't yet come to expect
Another noob killer. This exact instance is another noob killer.
a certain level of jank, shall we say? These turrets are
You wanna speak about junk? Look no further than the same equivalent levels and dungeons and content of Realm Reborn in Final Fantasy. Though I will have to say that this here is not communicated clearly. Like it's less that it's junk and more that it just lets you figure it out on your own, and that is admittedly very challenging for a person like this. Implying a new player, not anything else. But yeah.
supposed to be killed by repelling their rockets with the guns strewn about the floor. But whether it's NA ping, a struggling system, or skill issue,
It's skill issue combined with lack of information. I absolutely blame lack of information on that one.
we could not get it to consistently work. So
It consistently works. It really works consistently. You can do it in 1 minute if everyone knows what they're doing. It's super easy, barely an inconvenience. It's definitely skill issue, 25%, and then 75% lack of information.
So we tried a million stupid things. Invisibility, gap closing and attacking them, and then eventually just hurling bodies at the problem until we eventually won. Twilight Arbor came next, set deep in the forest and dealing with the Nightmare Court. This was the most traditional dungeon of the offerings I had tried so far, including multiple paths, hazards, and boss fights that felt like, well, actual bosses. After these, I spent some time doing the world bosses again to loot my daily rewards and start working towards hopefully getting.
You do not need to zealously go after world bosses. There are far more better ways to involve yourself and far more productive ways. The loot is not that worth it. It's still something you can do for fun because it's fun to do and it does reward you, but it by no means should it be something that you do daily. There are much better daily activities that you can do that have like 10 times the profit and the fun. And so yeah, and there's also the wizards, yes, the wizards vault, the wizards vault, I guess, which is much better to just do, honestly. And yeah, the Auric Basin meta is like far better than this shit. But again, new players, so you know they are wowed by everything. So yeah.
My first pieces of endgame ascended gear. I wasn't lucky this time, but surely at some
If you're hoping that you're gonna get your ascended pieces of gear through this shit, oh boy, I gotta slap some reality into you. Go and craft them, you silly goon. Just go and craft them. It takes 10 minutes.
point I would be. Now this is the section of the video where I decided that for 15 hours straight across one day, instead of enjoying my varied diet of the different aspects of Guild Wars 2, I would hard commit to what had been my favourite thing of all so far, map completion. Seeing the percentage go up gave me so much joy, and I just wanted to get the high of 100%. So I can tell it's very risen, spooky zombie themed. I don't know the exact plot relevance of this place yet. For now, it's just the final part of my box-ticking quest. When I finally meet my goal, I open that reward chest and get 2 of an item that I've never heard of before, the Gift of Exploration. I assume these are important, so I hold on to them.
Yes, they are. Keep them, please.
Sticking them in my bank, but decide that figuring out their use is a task for another day. Alongside this, I had been working on and off on the Wizard's Vault. This is Guild Wars 2's equivalent to dailies and weeklies. You get a handful of time-limited quests to complete that can range anywhere from gather 100 items to complete a specific fractal dungeon. You get currency for complete.
It does say it right there, but you know, Final Fantasy players and Guild Wars players are both challenged, and this person is both. I'm just throwing shade. They probably missed it or something.
Completing them that can be used on a million different items.
But yeah, it is explained to you that these materials are used for the crafting of legendary equipment. Yeah.
Items that were utterly foreign
Don't remember where it's explained, but I'm pretty sure it is explained.
to me. Mystic coins, bags
It's why I kept mine from day one, ever since I got my very first one, like the very first time I completed the world exploration.
of laurels. It was all gibberish. But there were 2 things on that list that made complete sense even to me as a fresh level 80. An ascended weapon coffer and ascended armor coffers.
Yeah, he does say I don't know what to do with them. Yeah, he does say that, of course.
After all that I had done, I had finally saved enough to pick up the weapon. This wasn't a huge upgrade statistically.
It is a huge... my guy, again, okay, so again, this banana should not be someone who is giving advice on stats, equipment, or rotations, or mechanic difficulty. Ignore all of that for the sake of your own sanity, even as a new player. Ascended is awesome, and especially weapons is a huge upgrade from your Trash Exotic or your Yellow Gear or Blue Gear. It's a huge upgrade.
But it did feel bloody good to get. I went for a staff, just because it looked cool, and it was one of the weapons I was, at the time, most comfortable using. 70 hours in, 2/3 of the way through this 100-hour journey, and I had achieved so much. I had leveled...
Oh. Oh, you sweet summer child. Oh, you sweet summer child.
from 1 to 80, attained 100% map completion, and got into
100% base game map completion. Worth stressing this in every instance.
complete both world bosses in the base game, and
Both world bosses. There are more than 2. Look at this shit. Let me enlighten you. All this is base. All this is base. You see this list here? All that is base. And now that Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire are included, well, you all got these events as well. And most of them end up in world bosses. I don't know what this person is saying. That person doesn't know what they're saying. Let's go on.
dungeons with my friends. I had earned my first piece of Ascended gear, and worked through 3/4 of the base game storyline. I had explored every corner of the map,
Of the base game map. I will say it every single time.
and yet there was one type of gameplay that I had not interacted with even for a moment. PvP. Guild Wars 2 has 2 different PvP modes, and one of those, World
3 now.
versus World, was what I had decided to spend a little time doing the next time
There's also a 4th, but no one plays it.
I logged in. When I did so, I was immediately distracted by an unexpected event. It turns out that the beta for the upcoming expansion, Visions of Eternity, was beginning that day, and with it came tremendous server instability for the next few hours, but also a huge wave of players infiltrating Lion's Arch on the new professions with a special little beta tag next to their names. I didn't bother testing the new profession.
Thank fucking God, because you would not have been able to either form an accurate opinion or appreciate it.
Out myself, because I figured that it would be months until I got there and was able to unlock and make.
No, it won't be months until you get there. You can get there instantly. Again, you can do things your own pace in Guild Wars, unlike Final Fantasy, but it's forgivable because the person still thinks a little bit as, you know, as through the lens of Final Fantasy, which, yeah, it's understandable, of course. But no, it will not take you months until this is relevant. It will take you simply starting the expansion, doing the story, getting the things. Like you can start with the last expansion. You can ignore the core game and start with any expansion. It's like, so this is a little bit misinformative. Yeah, they're still in the Final Fantasy XIV mindset, which is it's what I said, that especially Final Fantasy XIV players don't have a good time transitioning into Guild Wars unless somebody eases them into it. Sorry, wow, don't ease into them, please. Consent. And but yeah, okay. I mean, I guess that's like a mistake I was expecting.
Use of them. I was still getting to grips with Necromancer's first specialization and hadn't even touched the other two yet.
Did that person just say that all this time they have been playing only a single specialization? Do they know you can have 3 at the same time?
But what was more appealing was watching people at the loading area, seeing all the outfits and weapons and different custom characters. There were so many things that I had just never seen before, and many that I wanted to one day figure out how to get for myself. The thing that caught my eye the most, though, didn't come from a beta player. It was a sword. A legendary sword.
Oh no. It has begun. It has begun. Fellow players, the new ones among you, do not worry about legendary weapons, especially. Do not. Don't. At your hour 71 or at the level, I shouldn't say hour 71 because 70 hours to get to this point where this guy is honestly just mind-numbing to me. Oop, one sec. I gotta pick this one up. I'll be right back. Okay, where were we? So, please, for the love of your newbie player gods, forget legendaries, especially weapons. If you are at the level where this guy is, I don't care if it took you 7 hours to be there or if it took you 700 hours to be there. At this level, you should not be worrying about legendaries. Yes, the skins are cool. That's the point. But the process of getting them is also legendary. It really reflects that it is a legendary weapon or armor. Don't you think that you should first be on a level and prepared for that before tackling it? Because otherwise, I will argue that you're going to get burned out and frustrated. And it happens every single time. Every single person I know who was a new player at the levels of this player and was like, okay, what a shiny weapon, I want it. First of all, there is like a crap ton of cool weapons. You don't need a legendary weapon. And legendaries don't offer a stat improvement over Ascended. So, for the love of noob gods, okay, do not go into that. And I hope this person does not tell us that, oh, that's my objective now, because that's a dumb move. You're a Dumbo if you do that. Legitimately. They're legendary. They're not for you yet. Ease into the game. Have fun. You can get Ascended. It's the same stats. You can get so many skins. Don't worry.
sword. Eternity. Like, look at it. This thing was so cool. I decided that whilst it will be a day far in the future, I wanted to have it for myself eventually.
Eventually, being a key word here. Eventually. Eventually.
Legendaries are the highest tier of gear in the game, and
They are not the highest tier of gear. They have the same stats.
aren't a stat upgrade from Ascended, but do have customizable stats.
Okay, he said it, so credits to him. He did say it. He did say it, and he is correct. It is not a stat upgrade.
And can be easily exchanged between characters. The downside of those massive upsides, though, is that they are a huge time, effort, and gold sink, requiring what seemed to be, on initial glimpse, dozens all the way up to hundreds of hours to complete.
Yeah, it takes a lot to complete depending on your current situation. Have you accumulated a lot of materials? Have you been actively doing this and that and that and that? I'm not gonna go into details. If so, ideally once you decide to go for legendaries, you should first of all decide to go for accessories. So rings, amulet, backpack, earrings. Okay, go for these first. There are many reasons for that. Some of the reasons I will passingly mention. Weight categories for in the case of armor, so light, heavy, and medium armor. And in the case of weapons, even though there is no weight categories, not all of your builds are gonna use the same weapon, even if it's legendary, and not all of your characters are gonna use the same weapon. But you know what all your characters are gonna use, regardless of race, class, or whatever else? Accessories, earrings, backpiece, everything like that. And then armor, because if you have two classes that are medium weight, now both can use the legendary armor. But the weapons and such, that's not the case. Weapons are case by case, and unless you're like a build enthusiast, you have no reason to have them other than for the skin. At which point I will urge you, don't fucking do it. Just wait. And if you wait and you just play the game and you just like do your farms, do your grinds, do your whatevers, and I know farms and grinds, bad words, right? Not in Guild Wars. But I won't go into that. But do your grinds, do your farms. Eventually, when you decide to do it, it's going to be much easier organically.
Just one. If you would like to see me suffer through.
And then, what are you guys saying? I want to start with Eternity. Yeah, but you're in a good place to start with it. To be honest, Ascended can be easily switched. Yes, Ascended gear can also have their stats switched. It's just a more involved process that requires crafting as well. It's more involved. It's not horrible. You can easily do it once you know your way around the game. But it's still a process, whereas with legendary weapons, just right click and customize stats, and that's it. But Ascended are, in fact, the best stats in the game and are, in fact, stat switchable. So consider that another reason as to why you should leave weapons for last.
Through that quest, please do let me know in the comments section, and I'll heavily consider it. Once the server issues began to settle down, I got back to my original goal and hopped into World vs. World. The way I understood it was this. There are a bunch of maps, join what you like. It's team versus team, and the goal is to capture objectives and locales within this huge zone. They can range from big castles to smaller forts, and even little villages or camps of mobs like ogres. Players were able to build siege engines like battering rams and catapults, and part of the skill revolved around maintaining supply for your team.
Yeah, I was gonna say it, but like then I decided I don't want to be mean. But now that you're mean, I'll also be mean. This is the kind of like random ass necro that you see that are like for some reason attacking you and that you just melt them. And I say that as somebody who fucking sucks at World vs. World. But yeah, if somebody like that just starts blinking with weird fields, I will charge them and kill them. So yeah, I get it. I get it. It's okay.
Whilst denying it from the enemy and killing them a lot. I was told to join in, find a commander and follow them until I gained confidence and understanding myself. If I wanted to play solo, I was advised to shepherd supply vans to our encampments.
No, don't do that if you want to play solo, just roam or something. But that's too advanced for him. And I'm not saying that sarcastically, it's just that that is like too advanced. You need a build, you need a good understanding of the mechanics, you need a good layout grasp of the map. Yeah. So if you're totally noob and you just don't know what to do and there is no hope for you and you don't want to join squads for some weird reason, you fucking weirdo, then I guess just do random shit and good luck because that sucks.
And that was it. I was left to my own devices. I'm gonna be honest, I sucked at this game mode. My build was wrong and I lacked knowledge for fundamentals, and for the first hour, I often found myself grabbed and mobbed by 20 people at once. But once I got a grasp for the flow, I started having fun, roaming as a group, catching stragglers and attacking points, pivoting in and out seemingly at random timings to catch your foes off guard, using the necro pull to drag them into your team so we can bully them collectively, and pulling off a
Yay! You're doing it right now.
clutch win against higher numbers. I ended up spending 4 hours in here, knowing full well I would be back again soon enough. Maybe for then I'd invest the time to learn how to make a PvP build, who knows. You might remember that dozens of hours ago we made a guild and decided to worry more about it later. Well, now as so, this became convoluted for me at this point, which the guild hall quest took place, and the other one of us was barely level 60. We decide that must be fine and proceed.
No, that's not gonna be fine, but you can find people to help you very easily if you just ask.
What follows is an
Capturing a guild hall to establish a guild hall for your guild is really easy. It's just a fun little thing, and you can invite people to help you.
almost 40-minute instance of escort quests, trash mob battles, and back-to-back boss fights that we are very poorly equipped to deal with. We die in like 2 hits, we have no healer, but we do our best. One involves dropping these puddles far away to leave space to easily dodge
Why do you not have a healer after 80 hours of gaming?
mechanics, but for the most part, everything that came at us was as simple as dodge AoEs and hit the guy as much as possible, and remember to spam your self-healing liberally. But all of this was on a timer. We had 33 minutes to defeat the boss.
Oh,
No.
yeah.
Are you serious? Oh god, how do we even get out of here?
There is actually a 4th boss. We rush towards him, hoping and the
Yes, sir.
seconds remaining quest and witchcrafts to make in order to reach level 400, which was my goal for now. 500 was the cap, but I didn't really want to go there just yet. This site was amazing, and it made the entire
Kudos on the person for actually looking up stuff. You should look up stuff as well. And this is one of the best crafting calculators. I always link it to members when they're new and they want to go into crafting their ascended gear. If that person had informed themselves a little bit better, they would be full ascended gear like within hours. Because it takes you 20 minutes to max, 20 to 30 minutes to max like a crafting discipline, and about 40 to 60 gold depending to just completely max it. From that point on, you just craft your ascended pre-crafts. You do that. Then you craft, when you're ready, you craft your ascended mats from those pre-crafts. The pre-crafts are time-gated, the ascended aren't, so you can also buy them. And then you just craft your ascended bullshit. And that's it.
process as painless as spending 2 hours on the market board purchasing items and crafting gear from the list can be. I'm not even sure why I did this, considering there
It should not take anyone 2 hours to actually understand this guide. I know because I saw it with Lucy, for example. Lucy understood it like super fast. Everyone I've shown this to, they have understood it super fast. I'm not implying that Banana is dumb or something, but 2 hours to understand the system is like impressively bad to me.
there was not a single thing I felt compelled to craft with my newfound capabilities. It was more like ticking a nice-to-have box in my
It's not taking a nice to have box, that's dumb to say. It is literally to craft ascended.
post-map
and to make money. If you know what to craft, you can make money. So this person's opinions on this are completely flawed, but I understand it because it's the perspective of a new player. I'm just informing you that everything that they're saying is completely wrong right now.
completion existence. After a couple of days away, I came back eager to finally finish what I had started. I was ready to complete the main story. These quests were long, engaging, and for the most part very enjoyable. A lot of the things not metaphorical and act as his lieutenants, and in doing so blind his forces and starve his magic. They eliminate the support, I shoot the cannon. I could tank the poison puddles half the time too, so I didn't even have to dodge. What an anti-climax of a finale.
I will not say anything about this because that's personal opinion. I will say that I loved this fight. I know people don't like it too much. I like it because for me, it does something that is completely opposite to what MMOs do this day. So what this does is it clearly establishes to you that you yourself cannot fight this threat. Like this is on a power scale that is far above your character. You cannot just challenge the bad dragon to a duel and then chop it down to pieces solo. You can't. You have to use this massive airship. You have to use the cannons to weaken it, and then you'll see what happens. But I liked it for that grounding experience of, yeah, you had no chance. At that point in the story, you had no fucking chance of survival. You had to use a whole ass damn fleet to even wound it and then finish it. So I like that. I like that. I know that people don't like turret sections, but narratively it made a lot of sense. And to me, as somebody who loves stuff like Mass Effect, where you build something humongous, and then with that you finish the game, and it's not really you, but it's like the collective effort of like allies and everything. I really like that shit. So to me, this was nice, but I do understand. Not all people want that. Some people want the power fantasy. That's totally valid, and you get the power fantasy later. You do get it with the other dragons that you kill, because that's one of the dragons that you kill. There's more dragons. You do definitely get it. But this one is unique in the sense that, like, yeah, you had no chance. You had to use help. That's it. I understand not liking it, but and again, nobody likes turret sections for sure. But it's more about the spectacle to me than it is like I knew going in. I knew that I wasn't gonna fight it one on one, right? I knew that. I had accepted that. I cannot be the hero. I had accepted that. I had accepted I can be the hero in another way. I can be the commander of those forces that will bring it down. And that's what I did. And with me, that fucking resonated. I fucking loved it. I was the commander. I did organize it through the story, and eventually victory. We all win. I don't have to win personally. I don't have to personally stab the dragon in the eye. I'm not that kind of person. I'm fine with that. So to me, it was more about the spectacle where it's a giant spaceship firing at a dragon, and I fucking loved it. And I don't know why people don't love it. I guess that's fine, but I can't understand it. But hey, if the person doesn't like it, they don't like it. That's it. Vanilla and chocolate, what can you do?
It just didn't meet the quality that the rest of the package had presented. We get a big celebration and congratulations because we've saved the world.
Except you didn't, but you'll find out.
Although we haven't, not really.
There we go.
Zaitan is just one of the Elder Dragons. There are many more that exist and pose a threat to the world itself. And there we go, the next 5 expansions are set up. Jormag still lives up in the Ice Mountains, and elsewhere there are still stories to tell. The next day was something special. We were going to be doing the piece of content I had most been looking forward to out of anything. Fractals. So these are bite-sized little dungeons with either a unique mechanic, boss fight, or in the most common case, a combination of the two.
That's a person that I see in fractals and shit all over them every day. I'm like literally just trash talking them. Poor guys. It's never personal, okay? I love you.
After a point, they start getting random modifiers and dealing persistent damage, unless you have this special infusion to prevent it. And yes, for all intents and purposes, it's essentially Mythic Plus from WoW.
It is Mythic Plus, yeah. It is that is a very good comparison, yes.
Although the streets tell me that fractals came before that, so they're apparently cooler. The first few fractals were simple but incredibly fun. One set in the depths of volcanic caverns where we must throw molten rocks at our foe to break his defensive shield. Then we desperately run away from rolling boulders, finishing up
That was so close.
with a battle to the end with our foe, now transformed and more powerful. The next had platforming sections and this mini-boss that hit so damn hard.
It doesn't hit hard, just don't turn your back at it. So you see this guy here? You see this guy? You don't want to attack him. You want to attack this guy, the Flame Shaman. Preferably from such an angle. It's easy to do, by the way. Don't get bamboozled by how it sounds. It's just very easy to do. Just attack him from such an angle that it forces this guy to come close to him, so that you cleave both and that you never expose your back to this guy, because exposing your back to this guy will one-shot you. Another thing that will one-shot you here is a small rabbit, which appears right here, like exactly right here. Always prioritize that first, because it can literally one-shot anyone.
But it did almost nothing else aside from that. And then, after traversing all the way to the end, we would fight these 4 guard robots with some of the most fitting names imaginable, considering their cat ears. These guys can be dropped as minions too, little pets that follow you around. The following fractal involved a blinding snowstorm, with the only protection being the scant few extinguished bonfires scattered across the zone. We had to fuel the fire and keep it alight. At the end of it all, there's a boss. The next one had...
That's not the end of that fractal. Are you crazy? Okay, whatever.
us role-playing as Char during an assault on an Ascalonian city. We break down the gate, avoid the pots of boiling oil, at least some of us did, then storming the gates and eventually capturing the central square, routing the army and slaying its commander. Each and every one was fun to do, easy to get into, and housed hidden depths. Since this video, I've gone on to complete all 25 unique fractals, and as I'm writing this, I just finished the tier 2 fractals as well, which are the same fights but with additional mechanics.
I hope this person stays at tier 2 for quite a while until they know the game, have a build, and have an idea of the rotation and their gear.
Damage checks, pain, and those random debuffs I mentioned. All in all, fractals have to be the most fun thing I've done in Guild
Yay! Spam the invulnerable enemy!
Wars 2 so far. During my journeys, I had been slowly collecting mastery points, some for world bosses, others for fractals, and during my world exploration I had gathered every one available out there that I could find. Now, it had all reached a peak. I had enough experience and
No, you don't. And you have reached no peak. Look at all these zeros right here. What peak? What are you talking about? Why is he talking about like 100 hours of his were like peak Guild Wars?
Now, it had all reached a peak. I had enough experience and mastery to unlock my long-term goal.
No, no, simply not.
Auto-loot. Everybody had told me that this was insanely useful quality of life, and gosh, I had believed them. I was really happy to have it. I did my 3rd run of Triple Trouble now. The Cobalt Head was my last. I knew I was reaching the end of this 100-hour journey.
Yeah, you're reaching the end of a 100-hour journey, which shouldn't have taken 100 hours, and it's not even the start of the proper journey. Amazing.
So I wanted to spend these last fleeting moments doing something that wasn't productive in any real pragmatic sense, but was something for me. I wanted to fix my outfit. It had to be something I could pick up for cheap, because I wasn't really ready to truly invest yet. It had to look nice in red, gold. 100 hours ago, I set out to try a new
Let's see the conclusion, that's what I care about.
MMO, to expand my horizons and see what the genre, and more than that, what gaming has to offer for me. To see if the spark was a one-time stroke of luck, or if I really do just love this genre and the way it creates not just worlds, but homes. I can't definitively answer that question with a sample size of just 2, but what I can say is that I fell in love with Guild Wars 2.
Good job. Unironically.
I can say that for the last 100 hours, it has gone from a strange and brave new world, and morphed into a comfortable place to return to.
You. Okay, I respect it though.
A source of adventure, mystery, and joy. A place I've made memories and shared good times with friends, new and old.
Cool.
Home. I won't forget getting obsessed with map completion and spending a third of this video's runtime fixated on it. I'll clearly remember.
I wonder though, because they do speak from the point of view of someone who is like purposefully ignoring that they have barely scratched the surface. I understand that they're giving their own personal opinion of their journey, but coming out of it and saying there, not acknowledging that there is like so much more than this is weird. So I hope that they will acknowledge it. Otherwise, this is completely dishonest. I'm sorry.
Remember my first time battling both
Not their emotions. Not their emotions. That's for sure. Not their experience. But what they're saying as facts, like the fact side of things.
Tech and Triple Trouble, and the guy with his really cool mustache. Fractals will continue to spark joy, and I will continue to do them. The euphoria of my first kills in World vs. World will not disappear. Guild Wars 2 has made its mark, and I'm thankful for it. It's not like I plan on quitting the game or stopping anytime soon. People like to say that 100 hours barely constitutes the tutorial of an MMO. There's still so much more to do. I didn't touch a shred of content beyond the base game.
Thank you. Thank you. Fucking thank you, Banana. You're honest.
Aside from that stealthy incursion to get our guild hall and a couple of fractals that were added later. Those will come in the future, and if you enjoy and support this video, I'll share those journeys as well. I have since started working on that legendary video I mentioned, and I finished.
Please don't do the legendary. Please do not. Just keep playing the game. You're making good videos, Banana, so just throw another video after a while with another 100 hours where you go into the expansion. Forget the fucking legendary. Go on. You like the game. Go on.
An entire World vs. World progression track, and I've spent over a dozen hours delving into fractals. I'm excited.
Over a dozen hours. We more than 12 hours. You are a real pro, Kappa. But no, I'm not being sarcastic. I'm just like, I'm amused. That's all. I'm just kind of amused. It's okay.
Excited to start on Living World Season 1 soon. I started off a visitor in Tyria, that much is true, but by now I feel like a resident. One who's looking forward very much to their next login.
Hey.
Thank you so much for watching this video. If you made it all the way to the end, I really appreciate it. Please do remember that I have an affiliate link for Guild Wars 2. This video is
Okay. Cool. What are you saying there? Emo, the problem with this fight was that it's too time-gated, which makes it kind of boring when it's supposed to be really epic. Yeah, I will agree. It is time-gated, yeah. But not time-gated, you can do it anytime you want, but like there's a lot of mini events and phases in that fight. There shouldn't be so many phases. They feel like disconnected a little bit. But I was particularly talking about the bit that the person is talking about, which is the argument that, or the suggestion that, I didn't like that I didn't kill the dragon. That's the only thing I was referring to. The rest, yeah, I mean, it's 10 years old content, it has some junk, the pacing is bad, all that shit, yeah. I've actually said so before. But the fact that you don't get to solo the dragon, and instead it's like a turret section, and in the end you have to use like a mega super massive railgun, is so cool to me. I really fucking liked it. So that's the only thing I was referring to. Is it paced good? No, it's not. It's not paced well. No, it's not. But that one moment where you down the dragon Like you do the turret section there, and then it's even that is not enough, and then they use the mega laser. That to me was epic. That to me was epic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just taste, I guess. You know. All right. Good video. Uh, I would say that it's an honest approach. It's an honest approach. It's definitely flawed, but yeah, you know, it's a new player with very few clues as to what they're talking about. Their friends are also equally as not informed. Their friend of 1 month is probably equally not informed, from what I understand. If because I assume they had back and forth, right? So this person was getting their information from somewhere. I have to assume it's their friends, so I have to say all of their friends, including the one they mentioned that like was 1 month in, all like uninformed. I won't say misinformed. I won't say bad information on purpose. I'll say that there's lack information. That's it. That's all. I would say that about 70% of it kind of checks out for the base game experience. I will say that I would have preferred, like as a personal note, that they didn't make it sound like, oh, that's like Guild Wars. That's Guild Wars. You do it in 100 hours. That's it. That's what you're doing. Like, it's really not like that. But okay. You always have your guild, story guild, the allies come up with some sort of crucial things. Yeah, I like that. I like that, but it's becoming less and less because MMOs are moving towards the style of Final Fantasy when it comes to story, where you are the chosen one. Whereas, for example, when the core game of Guild Wars was made, most MMOs were not buying into that, and it wasn't as mainstream, and it was generally accepted that in MMOs you are not the hero, but you are just a nameless soldier. And quite fucking honestly, I preferred that so much more. I preferred that so much more, honestly. But okay. And so I believe that like the original story of Guild Wars, the story, not the experience of the story, the story, the writing, is really good because even though you still begin as a nameless soldier, in the end you are not the hero, you are a function that allows everyone else to come together, formulate a plan, and take down the body. And it is very clearly communicated that you could not have done it without their help, without Assurant technology, without the airships, without this, without that, you know. But it does give you the satisfaction that you were the one who brought them together, you know, as the commander. But not because you just bonk things really hard, but rather because of what you've done, the influence that you've had, you know. And that to me is always a better story than me finding a bigger sword with which to bonk a bigger dragon, you know. And I hate that this is what even Guild Wars has become lately. I wish we could go back. I was hoping that was what's gonna happen with Secrets of the Obscure. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, and I have to eat my words because I was like super dead, you know, serious and certain that actually it's gonna take us back, but it doesn't take us back, and I hated that. So yeah, there you go. My mistake for that one. Oh well. In the revision of OSRS, you stay as kind of like normal person, but in RuneScape, the story went all nuts in 2010. Yeah, even World of Warcraft, which to me was the one MMO that out of all of them maintained the nameless soldier the longest, even you're far from nameless now, that's for sure. In fact, you are the chosen one once again, and I fucking hate that. I just don't like the trope. And of course, Final Fantasy completely alienates me. The story completely alienates me because, well, first of all, your character is just completely dumb. Like they're nothing. They're literally a nothing burger. No emotions, no nothing. Just dry, fucking cardboard. And you are the chosen one. And every single fucking time, all your answers are the power of friendship. I will do it because I have to, and that's it. There's literally no complications, no anything. There's nothing there. There's nothing to see. You just grow stronger. Your threats grow stronger, so you grow even stronger. And in the meantime, the power of friendship, yay, and that's it. That's literally your character in Final Fantasy from day 1 to day billion. So yeah, I fucking hated that for sure. Yeah, and you're emotionally just inept. Like your character is usually just a camera in Final Fantasy, and it still is just a camera in Final Fantasy. You're there just to watch what the other people are doing and saying because you have no fucking choice or agency. Sometimes it throws you dialogue options. Now, I'm not comparing it, but I'm just saying, it just throws you dialogue options that are even more meaningless than fucking Guild Wars, which does throw you some meaningful choices that are permanent. Well, Final Fantasy has nothing like that. It's like whatever you say, it's going to be the same thing. And most of the things that you say are, in fact, the same thing. Judging by the understanding of the characters around you. So the way they respond to you is clear indication that whatever you say just doesn't matter. And also there is no role play in the sense of you can't answer in any way that describes a character. It's basically like either a question or you saying something really fucking trite or something like that. Whereas at least on Guild Wars, you get to tell some people off. You're still bound to the story. Don't take me wrong here. You're still bound by the scenario. You can't really choose not to do something. Not really. But at least you can express anger. You can express like your dignity. You can express friendship. And those are permanent choices, at least. They don't matter in any way, shape, or form, but at least they're there, and the dialogues are different enough. And I guess that kind of works for me for an MMO. That's all. It does give you like a slight illusion that you're role playing, at least that you're playing a character. Whereas, for example, again, like Final Fantasy, it's like, yeah, whatever. You're basically bound. You're literally a slave to the story, and the story will grab you by the neck and make you walk it, whether you like or not. That's it. You're gonna fucking do it. Nobody fucking cares about you because you're just an empty. You're a blank slate. You're nothing, legitimately. But at the same time, you're also the chosen one, which creates immense dissonance. And it's a reason why I'd rather not watch the fucking cutscenes. I skip every cutscene. I do watch them later just to see if I'm still right. Spoilers, I'm still right. But yeah, I prefer to cut them, to skip them, simply because that gives me the illusion that I just walked into a situation and I'm playing out the results. Whereas if I watch the grueling cutscenes that they have, because if you think that like Gentry Wild is grueling, wait until you see Final Fantasy from day one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see a reason to watch those cutscenes. They're again like super bad and super cringy as well, unless you're like 12 years old or have never read a book in your life or have never watched a movie in your life. I guess then they're gonna be amazing for you and eye-opening, especially if you're around 12 years old. I guess at this point, mentally. I mean, and so yeah, I don't know. I love how Emmy says, I love how Guild Wars got rid of the chat thingy when the person you're chatting with is on the other side and you on the other. Yeah, instead of having those chats happen in the world. Yeah, I agree. I fully agree. I did not like the communication device. So I'm glad they did that at least. But yeah, they needed to. That made the story a bit jagged. Yeah, I agree for sure. But like, yeah, the most sinful storytelling is Final Fantasy, honestly. Unfortunately, I have to say it's completely just fucking garbage. I'm sorry. I'd rather not have a story at all and just like be told by an NPC go there and do that than what we have in Final Fantasy. I just really don't like it, honestly. And when Final Fantasy tried to do the whole thing of, okay, actually you're not the hero, you're helping someone else, it backfired so hard because it was done incompetently, like absolutely mishandled. I'm referring to the whole Wook Lamat thing with Dawntrail. I understand what they went with, but the execution was absolutely laughable. laughable and lamentable, and that's why you see so many videos roasting Wuklamat, because it was like just so badly done. So badly done, a complete asspool, and completely against the idea that Final Fantasy had committed until that point, which was that you are the Superman of this world. You're literally the Son Goku of this world. You cannot lose. You are untouchable. You destroy everything. But you're also a force of good that will always be good and will do nothing but good. Even if they do wrong, that's a good wrong. And everyone agrees and sucks up to your ass. That's it. You literally need a fucking spatula to dislodge everyone's fucking lips from your ass in Final Fantasy. All of your fucking companions, every NPC you meet, like everyone. So yeah, good luck. Even one of the most iconic villains of Final Fantasy, which everyone loves and praises, which I don't understand, is literally a person who is obsessed to the point of like probably fetish with your character. I'm talking about Xenos. Like it is super fucking awkward that people love that so much. To me, Final Fantasy was peak. Like story Final Fantasy was peak during the confrontation with Emmet Selk, and villains in Final Fantasy peaked with Emmet Selk, and that's it. And after that, it has been literally death diving into nothingness in terms of like allies, enemies, stakes, anything. In fact, I will go as far as to say that legitimately, when I finished Shadowbringers, I cried. I cried because of Emmet Selk's dialogue with you, and how in the end you just understand, and your character also seems to understand. Weird, because usually they just seem to be emotionless. It seems to be a serious moment in which you both understand that neither of you wanted this, and literally Emmet Selk just asks you to remember him and what he did and why he did it. And that was like absolute peak Final Fantasy. I really loved it. It was a simple thing. It touched me. Everything else, literally everything else in the game, absolute bullshit. Like completely just bullshit. 12-year-old fucking, stories or something. Hey, Kaori. You just missed an hour video that we were saying some really interesting things. Once again, your timing is interesting. But I'm glad that you're here, even if it's the tail end of the stream. Yeah, but you can watch it. You know what, Kaori, though? You can watch it on YouTube, because I have a channel on YouTube where I upload all my content. Did you know that? Now you do. Go, leave a like, and subscribe, and watch and follow. No, but for real, I have to fucking say it, you know? I have to fucking say it sometimes. I gotta sell myself a little bit, right? I'm allowed. I haven't done it like almost never do that, you know? But yeah. Oh, the Kaori rancer. Oh god, I fucking loved how much I hated that, and the fact that I actually did stream it for like an hour. I was so amused because I knew that you're loving every moment, but I'm hating every moment. It was kind of interesting. Follow, subscribe, click the notification bell, smash the like button, annihilate the bell icon. Oh my god. Wow, you have a YouTube channel? I only watch Twitch streamers. I'm out of here. Oh my god. No, don't go. But what about the power of friendship, Emmy? You have to stay. No, don't leave me. Oh god. Did you have a good day, Kaori? Let me at least like shoot the shit with you a little bit, even if I'm going. Oh, and on YouTube, here's the extra. Here's more incentive for you to check my YouTube out. On YouTube, not only can you find one of the most well curated and amazingly played collection of playthroughs of the best games ever, played by yours truly, Okay, which is that in and on itself is an incentive. Not only can you find my opinions, my real unfiltered opinions on like about everything that I care, from clubbing to anything, which is also another incentive where I make a clown of myself. Not only can you find past Daphne's opinions, which some changed and some didn't, and you can laugh at them, but also that's where I usually, on a more serious note, that's where I usually post stuff that has to do with my schedule or what I'm gonna stream and shit like that. I started doing that like very recently. I threw a hint at what I'm gonna play next until Hades 2. So there is that. Half the times I'm gonna ignore exactly what I said on that post, but it's cool to read it anyways, because I do whatever the fuck I want. So you know, it's pointless, but I still do it. So you know, that's also an incentive, I guess. Anyway, yeah, you know, if you're feeling generous, just go and like subscribe or leave a like or something. I don't fucking know, or a dislike if you dislike it. You know, whatever. Because I do have some stuff in there that might not be agreeable to anyone, for example. But yeah, it's stuff that I'm willing to debate anyways. But whatever, you know. Hey, I even have videos of me working out and shit, you know, or like demonstrating certain martial arts in very clumsy ways because I'm out of shape. So there's also that. It's a good laugh, you know. Somewhere in there's probably a stream where I was drunk on camera or trying to get drunk with Zai, like an old friend. We kind of failed. We kind of like just, I don't know, we were just yapping, you know. There's some treasures in there. There's some weird treasures in there. Whether it is to laugh at them or whatever, you know. But yeah, it's true. It's true. And my Guild Wars videos go in there, you know. Yeah. I mean, yeah. People were saying so. There's a whole fucking okay. Here, 1 second. I'm gonna leave you with a gift, which is a 2-in-1 gift. 1 second. There we go.
Video games.
So I want you, if you want to have fun, I want you to go and watch this guy's video, Sean, with a skull icon. This guy's video on, I mean, all his videos are 10 out of 10 for me. They are all 10 out of 10. They're long format, really cool videos, really fucking well said, well worded, well analyzed, and well narrated. I love this guy's voice. Anyway, and in this video in particular, where they speak about Stellar Blade and what happened with that, where the Chinese are coming to save us from wokeness and all that shit that Stellar Blade fucking did. So this guy analyzes that and shows you exactly how wrong and why all these arguments are and how they're completely fallacious. And in doing so, he also touches on Hades 2. Literally brings it up in detail. And it is a very cool video. And I recommend that you watch it. And I'm not going to watch it with you because you already know all my opinions about that shit. But this guy is worth listening to. So I recommend it. It's a very nice video to binge. And it does touch on Hades 2. And it does touch on Stellar Blade, obviously. And yeah, I recommend it. It's a channel that I follow. He's really good. He's really good. Anyway, and you will find some interesting facts and interesting opinions because this person always presents sources and everything and like evidence and proof. He doesn't just talk, So yeah, it is very, very interesting. And especially what happened with Stellar Blade. This guy taking it all down in such a proficient way. I mean, I think I left a comment that is still there. Oh, there I am. Yeah, I had to fucking comment on that. But anyway, ignore my comment, whatever. You found it super funny that half the people crying woke are happy that Saudis bought EA and the other are in horror. Yeah, lots of things are gonna be interesting with this. Again, I completely uninstalled everything that had to do with Blizzard and EA from my PC. I am really sorry to say. I was planning to preface my video with that, but better late than never. Um, so here it is. Here's my announcement. I guess. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? But let me. Oh, I disconnected. 1 second. Let me fix that a bit. And then I'll make the announcement. And this is actually a serious official announcement, it's a short announcement, but I want to put it there. I want it to exist on my YouTube. I want it to be there. So yeah, I wanted to do it like in the beginning, but I forgot. But now I remembered. Thanks for reminding me. So okay. Let me change because I like my other outfit too much. I really like this outfit. It's super fucking cool. Anyway, whatever. I'm gonna log out from this and log in later. I don't want to like go into it now. Obviously, let's fucking leave that. Just log out completely. Okay, very nice. Close that window. Yes, the bear there. Okay, we're here. Okay, first let me address your comment. I hate it personally, but the woke brigade can't seem to decide. Mostly because many people on left and LGBT plus groups have been very loud about it, and they think it's bad. So it must be good. Oh my lord. Lighting up the fireworks, are we? Okay, here's my announcement. I am completely against everything that... I'm not racist, by the way. I just have moral standards and I think a good moral compass. And, I'm a thinking person. I am completely against some of the core tenets of Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry, not the people, but what they're following and how they function and all that, the culture. I don't need to go into detail, okay? I don't need to like sour the mood or anything. You know exactly what I'm referring to. I think they are honestly a canker upon this world. This kind of belief system where it lets you fucking do certain things to certain genders and I don't want to go into it, but like this fucking hateful ideology I don't vibe with. Again, not the people, the ideology, okay? So to me, that's why I will never touch, pay, or play another EA game or Blizzard game, even though Blizzard is a separate matter. Blizzard is just because I was kind of disgusted by the sexual assault allegations and all that shit. Like, I'm not vibing with that. I tried Diablo 4. I didn't like it in the end. I regret like owning it at this point. I don't want to have anything to do with Blizzard products. So I uninstalled like everything that had to do with that. Even Battle.net, like I had that, but I installed it. And the same goes for EA. I'm not going to be playing Mass Effect or Dead Space or Dragon Age ever again. I don't care how much I love the games. The games are held hostage. And I am not a person that that goes like, it is still my favorite game. No, there's a limit to that. I'm usually like that, but there is a fucking limit. And I feel I don't want to see my favorite franchises being run by honestly what I consider to be delusional people living in the past, living in the fucking Middle Ages. So yeah, I don't want to give them my money. I don't, even if the games are like untouched by this, which they won't be untouched, trust me. I don't want these people to be on my PC in the sense of like, I don't want their applications on my PC. I don't want anything. I don't want to do anything that can boost their popularity or their statistics. I don't. And I'm firm on that to the point where I uninstalled everything. And you know how much I love Dead Space. You know how much I love Dragon Age and Mass Effect. I'm never going to touch them again. I don't care if a new one is coming. I don't care that I made a save specifically for that. I don't give a shit. They can just like suck it on this one. I'm sorry. If and when somebody picks up those games and another company maybe picks them up, maybe they get sold or whatever, then yes. Until that day, I'm not gonna touch anything related to EA or to Blizzard. I'm sorry. And this is not a call for boycotting. It is just what I personally will do. And the reason why I wanted to announce it was not because I want an echo chamber, but rather because, some of you guys watching on YouTube or whatever, you've been gracing me with your views on my videos on Dragon Age. You've been with me while I was having the time of my life streaming these games. So to you, this might be unfortunate news. But I have to share them so that you don't expect that you will see Mass Effect or Dragon Age. And I'm being serious. It's not one of those cases where I'm saying, okay, I made a promise, I broke it, blah, blah, blah. It's not a meme. It's like me saying this is serious. Like, I'm not going to play these games. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry to let you down if you were expecting me to play Mass Effect or something, because I did say I will, right? The new Mass Effect and other Dragon Age, everything like that, right? But unfortunately, it goes against who I am as a person. I don't support it. I don't care if the games are untouched. I care that the company is now influenced and owned by people whose ideals are, to me, completely wrong on every level, fundamentally. So, yeah. And again, it's not a racist thing. It's a human thing. So, yeah, don't even come at me with the whole, oh, you went woke or something. In a way, I am woke. I am a trans girl, if you don't know. Maybe my voice confuses some people. I do have voice dysphoria, by the way, as well. So, but that doesn't matter. What matters is maybe you're confused or something. I am a trans girl. I am affected by these things. I absolutely refuse to fuel the industry of a conglomerate of people. In this case, happens to be Saudi Arabia and like Donald Trump's son. I refuse to give them any platform when it comes to my stream or my private time either. So, boom, there you go. That's the announcement. So I'm really sorry for ruining it for you, because it's been a journey with Dragon Age. It's been a fucking journey with Mass Effect. I loved them. I was so fucking hyped to continue them with the sequels, but no, that's not gonna happen. So yeah. I'm the same with EA. I don't care if someone I know plays them, but I refuse to. Yeah, me too. Not direct son, but son-in-law, but they're giving them power to the current US administration. Yeah, I don't care. They're related to Trump. They see eye to eye. I don't see eye to eye. They go in the same fucking barrel of peace. So I don't give a shit there. That was Emmy, by the way, saying those things. And then there is Lucy saying, you have nothing to apologize for. I'm the same. I won't touch their shit. Yeah, me neither. That's it. Hemi says I was excited to play Skate with Lucy, but now that's not going to happen. Yeah, this is where I pull, like, this is my line in the sand. This is my line in the sand. If I kinda dislike EA for their scammy practices and all that, that's different. Okay, I can be like, okay, they pull the early access things, they pull the in-game shop things for single player game. Yeah, okay. But if I'm a fan, I'm gonna play it. If I'm a huge fan, I'm gonna play it. If somebody else wants me to play it with them, I'll probably play it with them. I'm not fucking stupid. I'll do that. But my line in the sand is this. And since it has been crossed, I am the same as you, Emmy. I don't want to even touch their free-to-play stuff to play with friends. I don't want to be a metric that is positive to them in any way, shape, or form. I refuse to. Absolutely refuse to. I don't want to do that. So, yeah. And I know it's not huge, because I'm just one person and I'm not even like an influencer or a content creator per se. I just stream some bullshit, right? Done so for like 6-7 years or something, sure. But it's exactly what Lucy is saying. It's about not supporting transphobic and bigoted assholes. Yes, exactly. Violating human rights is not my vibe, and I don't want to fuel that with my money. Even if they present me with the best Dead Space I've ever seen in my life, I'm not gonna fucking touch it. I'm not even gonna pirate it. Like, on that level, like, I am fundamentally against. Like, I don't want to even have anything to do with that, for real. Yeah, but in the long run, Emmy, each one of us is a lone person. Even those in the majority, each one of them are individuals that are lone persons. So every single thing matters. And most of all, I want my conscience clear. I don't care about the majority. I want my conscience clear of this shit. And I think you too. And I think that everyone here probably agrees. So yeah, yeah. And every little voice kind of matters as well in this in these things. Like yeah, it's like it's worth saying it. It's worth saying that yeah, I'm not buying that shit. I'm sorry, I'm not buying into that shit. There is a limit, you know. There's a limit. There is the transactions and bullshit. Okay, I can live with that, but you know, even if I say I'm against it, I can still buy the game or whatever. But yeah, there is like that's my line in the sand right there, you know. And even if I wasn't a trans person myself, and just I'm just making this very clear, even if I wasn't, even if I was super straight, super binary, super, you know, just the most vanilla person in the world, if I still had the same mind that I have now, which I have no reason to believe I wouldn't, I would still be against it 100% because I'm kind of pro human rights, you know, and LGBT people plus are very much human and they count, or we count, or they count. I don't know what to say. Uh, just as much as any other person, obviously. So yeah, I'm not gonna support something that doesn't support that. Lucy says, for me, it's just the whole concept of religion and hate in the first place. Yeah, for sure. Like you hate me because a wizard in the sky told you to. Yeah, exactly. Emmy says, I hope it crashes and burns. Yes, usually I don't hope, I don't wish um, people to lose their jobs and have layoffs and like you know their job and their company just whatever you know I don't want to hate or something, but I would like the company or this conglomerate to be forced, whatever that means, to drop this thing and to maybe unshackle those franchises, maybe sell them to other companies that wish to continue, like something like that. I don't want them to own these franchises. It is a huge shame because I love them, and they are franchises that have never been about bigotry. They have never been political. They've never been anything like that, and it's a shame. So yeah, Neri says, as a mostly vanilla person, I don't have any incentive to play A games anymore either. Yeah. Emmy says, I'm more radical. I'm fine with people losing their jobs in cases like this. Yeah, for me, I'm not fine with them losing their jobs. It's more like if that has to happen, then yeah, what can I say? It's a bump on the road, right? For them, it might be catastrophic. They might lose a job or something. But hey, if you're okay working for religious bigots, maybe you should lose your job. Just an idea here, you know. Maybe you should look to work somewhere else. And if you don't want to work somewhere else, maybe you should do some introspection in regards to your views on human rights. You know, so in that regard, yeah, please lose your job then in that case, if it's gonna wake you up. So yeah, it's exactly what Lucy says below, where as harsh as it sounds, she says, I don't care because if their employees have a conscience, they'll find another job. Yeah, exactly. You love my desktop is cool as fuck? Yeah, I know. Thank you. It's a very good one. I don't remember where I found it. It's very old. Thanks. I love it too. It's one of my favorites. Yeah, exactly. Also, the whole argument of like, oh, these games will fail because they're woke, and oh, duh, you know, of course they got bought because EA went woke and lost it. Have you heard of a game called Baldur's Gate 3? Have you heard of like, I don't even know, like, have you heard of Cyberpunk? Have you heard of that game? Have you heard? And I hate Cyberpunk, and I don't even like Baldur's Gate. But facts are facts, you know. You can't just fucking pick and choose your arguments. Your arguments have to be substantiated. And unfortunately, for all those bigots, their arguments are not substantiated at all, you know? So that's no argument. If you think that EA, if you think that poor EA, poor Electronic Arts, they tried to be woke and now they went bankrupt, oh, they're the victims. No, my dude, they know what they're doing. There are motives behind that that have nothing to do with like LGBT or wokeness, you know? Today's right winger, says Emmy, thinks that bad means woke. Yeah, most of them don't even know what woke means. By the way, Lucy says a disproportionately large portion of LGBTQA are gamers compared to the ratio of us to normal people. Yeah, they might take a hit. Yeah, but you know what the problem is, that a lot of people on every level and side of this argument are unfortunately, and I hate to say that they're not virtuous enough to take a stance. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, but the game is cool, so I'm still gonna play it. I don't support them, but I still bought it. Which is so fucking fallacious, you know? Yeah, exactly. Even LGBT people are gonna buy the games and say, oh, I don't support them, but then why are you buying the game? You know? As simple as that. That you know, it's yeah, I don't know. Let me do something. Is this better? Like, can you read? You probably can't read. I don't know how to enlarge this, but like, I mean, I know how to enlarge it this way, but the letters are still gonna be small. Anyway, but I'll leave it there just in case, so that we're having this conversation without me having to narrate everything. Yeah, I mean, Emmy, to be fair, I'm gonna be fair here. It's part of why Ray was having was being impacted by this on Discord, if you remember. And I understand it because Ray bought Battlefield 6, but that was before this shit news. So, you know, when of course I started talking about it on Discord and brought it up, I understand it must have been emotionally difficult for Ray because she may have felt guilt, for example, and stuff like that, you know. So yeah, that's a different case. That's a different case. A lot of trans people probably or LGBT people bought the game before this news as well. Well, Emmy, I'm a bit more radical in that. As you said, to use like your words from earlier, I do care if people buy them, but I do go case by case. So, for example, Ray's case, that is excusable because it's understandable because she bought it before. She didn't fucking know. And she felt bad about it, and there's nothing that she can do now. You know? She can choose to not play it, but that feels like shit. So I understand it. Uh, but yeah, I'm not gonna be. If I was in that position, I would be sad. Like I'm already sad. I'm already in that position. You know, she can refund. She can refund since it's pre-order. That's up to Ray. I cannot enforce anything. I will not make it a matter of our friendship. But I will not be silent when I will say, for example, maybe Ray or anyone else maybe say that like, oh, I had fun in Battlefield 6. And of course, it's gonna prompt me to say I'm not touching that fucking bigot shit. Sorry. Like they can play it, but I will also speak my mind, you know. Yeah, Lucy, exactly. The difference there, which is a great difference, is like if you buy it in full knowledge of the facts, or because you're ignorant of the facts after the facts are known, then you are contributing to the problem, which is not the case with Ray, you know. So that's why I don't have any personal agenda there, you know. And I do understand Ray's like emotional situation with this shit. You know, I understand it fully. And yeah, as to whether or not, I'm not saying that Ray did that, but as to whether or not, in general, again, I have to stress this. In general, I would end the friendship. Yes, I would. I would, in general, end the friendship because of that. Yeah, not in Ray's case, but if somebody told me that, oh yeah, I don't support them, but I bought the game and I'm gonna be playing it and all that, then I'm with Lucy. Like then, in that case, you are supporting them, you know. Like if you know that they're bigots and you buy the game, you are supporting them. That's what I'm saying. But that's not the case with Ray. But in that case, I would end a friendship. Yeah, there's other FPS games like that, where so many people play them, but I refuse to touch them. Yeah. What is EFT? What is EFT exactly? I don't know. Oh, Escape from Tarkov. Yeah, I'm not touching that shit either. Sorry, I'm not gonna touch that shit. No. To be honest, you know, to be absolutely honest, I'm gonna say this. I hate Cyberpunk, right? 2077, like the game. I hate 2077, like Cyberpunk. But but I will say one thing. Even though it's a Polish company, right? And I think Poland has an issue with LGBT. Like they are. Correct me if I'm wrong. I may be speaking out of order here, but I think they. Wait, let me just scroll that a little bit. But I think that they are right, kind of problematic with that shit. But Cyberpunk itself and that company in general seems to not give a shit about that, and I upload that. You know, I literally fucking upload that. That's a bold move, and I respect it. Yeah, Lucy, I completely agree. I completely agree. So here's the thing, Lucy. I agree with what you're saying, but me personally, I will take it to an even more extreme stance. I don't even want to have their application on my PC. I don't even want to play the game or their old games. I don't want to play anything of theirs. Anything. But that's just me. I'm not expecting that from other people. What I'm expecting from other people is something lesser. It's that don't support them with your money. If you also don't support them with playtime, that's great. But that is okay as well. If you want to play an older game or something, yeah, I understand it for sure. I also know very cool Polish people. Kaori is one of them. Um, and yeah, they are, trust me, they are very LGBT pro, you know, very LGBT pro. But just going by some chart that I found on the internet, which may be inaccurate, but it was like LGBT acceptance worldwide based on areas, and I think Poland was doing very poorly on that, just as poorly as some other Eastern European Balkan countries as well, like Greece, for example. And yeah, that's what I'm going off on. And then saying that I really respect CDPR for actually not giving a shit about that and making a game like Cyberpunk, which even though I do hate the game, it's a bold game. You know, it's a bold game. And yes, some of the trans stuff that you will see in there is kind of like not the best representation. It's cyberpunk as a genre where everything is shitty. So even the fact that there are trans people, you can't be a trans person as well. You know, V can be trans, but you will see sexualized advertisements and all that towards trans people, which are really in a bad taste. But the problem is that when we say that, we don't necessarily take into account that everything in that is meant to be in bad taste because it's presenting a dystopia, you know. So that one gets a pass for sure. And Kauri says, from what I know, it's mostly boomers and older people in politics at churches that have issue. Yeah, yeah, that's always the case, isn't it? Fucking relics, fucking medieval people. The only Polish person I've known personally was a transphobe, but that's just one person, says Lucy. I have a friend who's trans with a few Polish colleagues, and she says, hands down, they're the most supportive and accepting. Yeah, keep it up. Yeah, the thing with Cyberpunk, that lady that is trans, like that bar woman, right? I feel that one was a little bit too much because they present her like in such a way that is like it's like not that trans people can't be like that, obviously, not that, but like in a sea of bad representation, did we really need a bar woman who is like literally obsessing over something like I don't want to spoil Cyberpunk, but if you know, you know, right? She's presented like as this almost sociopathic person who cannot be reasoned with in her hatred for something. I'm trying to be spoiler free here, but I think they should have at least included a couple of outcomes that are far more positive than the ones that we are allowed to have. I'll say this much. But I still respect Cyberpunk for doing what they did. But yeah, cool. I've done all the missions. I've done every single mission in the game, every single one, including the police scanners. I don't think I found anything that absolves her, but maybe that's just me, and maybe it was an old version. I don't fucking know because they do like to change a lot of things with every patch. Yeah, texts are something I never read in games. I've stopped reading texts in games. I'm much a firm believer of show don't tell. So whenever a game is bombarding me with like, it's nice that they're there, and sometimes I might boot the game and then just read them on my privacy, just to get a better understanding of the world or whatever. But when I'm playing, and especially when I'm streaming, I just skip everything text related. I will listen to audio material. I will not read text though. Lucy, I'm gonna say this. I'm very close to starting modding Skyrim because Neris has settled in his new home, in his crib, in his gamer cave, and that means that very soon we're gonna start modding. when we finish modding and I'm ready to stream Skyrim again, which is going to be a fucking amazing thing for me. It's gonna be an amazing time for me, and Skyrim is going to dominate my streams. Spoiler, spoiler! It's really gonna dominate my streams. Um, I do plan once I finish the game, once I 100% it, because yeah, I do want to do every single thing in the game once I start streaming it. Um, Once I'm done and I have collected all the books and everything, I am going to do a huge stream where I'm going to narrate every single book. And that's interesting because I think there's like 300 books in there. So 350 something, I think, or I don't know. I don't remember the exact number. And I am going to make a stream after I finish the game where I will read every single book. Yeah, exactly. I will read I will collect every single book I can find during my playthrough. I will keep it. And then once we finish the game, I'm gonna read everything on stream. I will narrate it. Well, I felt like when I played it, which mind you, that was years ago when I finished Cyberpunk for the first time on stream, and I was paying attention to things. And that was like maybe 1, 2 years ago. I don't even remember. Things may have changed. I don't know. But when I did it on stream, and that playthrough I think is still on my YouTube channel, I did took huge issue with how they present her, because to me she was monstrous. Sorry, but she was unhinged. I didn't like that. I took offense to that. I think I paused the game and had like a 20-minute monologue about why I think that's like kind of dog shit. Like it really impressed on me that that was bad representation. But maybe they've changed it a little bit. Maybe they've added something. I don't know, because they do love to do things like that, you know. I'm gonna spoil something right here. It's a huge spoiler for my stream. Um, I am setting up to play Cyberpunk. The difference is that I will stream it post um post what you call it? What's the mission? The Kompeki Plaza, where the whole story gets kickstarted for real. I think it's that, right? Isn't that the Kompeki Plaza where you get the chip and everything, and you wake up with Johnny? Yeah. Because I feel that everything before that is boring as shit. Everything before that is boring as shit to me. So when I was playing Cyberpunk last night, I was speedrunning the initial stuff. I was doing all the scanner missions. I was doing all the side gigs, all the jobs, everything that I can do before the lockdown is lifted and you go to the, yeah, or rather before you go to the Kompeki Plaza and the lockdown is lifted. The heist, yeah. So I'm doing everything before the heist. So my stream is gonna start exactly when the story actually starts. You know, a lot of the mission names, even side missions, are references. Like a lot of them. I was looking at them yesterday, and I was like, yeah, you know. I mean, even the first time that I played the game, I realized it. It was like it has like way too many pop culture references. I don't know about song names, but a lot of the names that I saw were reference to movies, to other games, and stuff like that. I saw a lot of that. I saw a lot of that, which I love. I literally love that a lot. I love seeing that, you know, because it tells me that those who made the game are not random bozos. They actually watch movies. They actually read books. They actually play games. You know, I like seeing that. It's a small thing, but I like it. Also, another spoiler is that my character looks like shit because for the life of me, I cannot make a good looking character with that shitty fucking character creator. They all look like dog shit, legitimately. I'm pretty sure there are missions that aren't song names. I'm pretty sure some of them are referring movies, for example, because I saw one yesterday and I was like, oh, that's that movie, literally. So I don't think that was a song, for example. Can't remember which one it was. But yeah, my character looks like some kind of reject. I tried to make her like me as much as I could. Maybe that's why she looks like a fucking reject. Uh, but she is who she is, and that's it. That's what we're gonna play as. And the build I'm going for is hybrid. It's not gonna be specialized in anything because I just like too many things. I do like my stealth sometimes. I do like my overkill big guns sometimes. So, you know, I'm going for namely cool, reflexes, technical, and body. So almost everything. Um, in that order as well. I prioritize the cool skill tree, and then the reflexes skill tree, and then technical and a little bit body. But technical I only got because I had to, which is something that I really hate about the game, where it forces me to go for the technical just because that's the kind of like you need the cyberware. You really need cyberware. You really, really do. So yeah, I don't want to lock myself out. So I had to get that to 10, and I might have to get it to 15 as well. But I wouldn't have picked it otherwise. So you could say technically I'm going for in priority cool and then reflexes and then body. Well, what can I tell you? One of the missions I did was definitely not a song. It was definitely a reference to a movie title, like 1000%. I wish I took note, but I didn't think this conversation was gonna happen. I couldn't have known, so I didn't take I didn't take the note there. It could be both. It could be both. Yeah, because for example, the movie might have inspired the song, or the song the movie. So yeah, it's possible for sure. Could even be the soundtrack for a movie. So yeah, what else? I'm not gonna stream it on 4K, obviously, but I have to tell you, I don't understand because okay, so here's the thing. I'm gonna get flack. I'm gonna seriously get flack for this, but I'm gonna say this out loud, okay? I'm gonna get flack. So okay, I know how scammy Nvidia is. I know how scammy the 5080 is supposed to be as a GPU, but holy motherfuck, 4K with HDR, everything to max, every beyond max. Some of the settings are literally put on insane. I'll show you. Everything is as far as it can go, like it's completely. And I'm still getting over 80 frames. Seriously. Like part of why I decided to play it again, I originally wanted to use it as a benchmark for my 5080. Thank you, Neris, by the way. Like seriously, triple thank you for this shit. For your extreme generosity, honestly. Um, the 58 is a fucking beast. Let me tell you that. It's a fucking beast. And I don't know, like, I know it's unpopular, but like, I did activate DLSS and like ray tracing and everything, frame generation, everything. And honestly, I have noticed nothing. Over 9 hours that I played last day, like yesterday, I noticed nothing. No ghosting, no traces, no erroneous textures, nothing. Nothing at all. So I'm starting to think maybe people were a little bit too harsh on the 50 series. Because, like, I'm seeing it in front of my fucking eyes, you know? Not a video demonstrating fringe cases, like, right in front of my eyes. And let me tell you, it is looking gorgeous. It looks gorgeous, which you won't be able to appreciate because I don't think you can see HDR on my stream, and I don't think you can see over 1080p. Yeah, for sure. The price is definitely high. The price is definitely very high. But holy shit, Cyberpunk with everything turned on, more than 100 frames? Oh boy. And looking so gorgeous that it makes me want to play it? I fucking hate the game. It looks fucking gorgeous though. Mind you though, small disclaimer, okay? Small disclaimer. I'm not using mods, by the way, to make it prettier. But small disclaimer, it still suffers from the vanilla issues of some object popping, some crowd popping. You know, that is the base game. That is junk on the base game. So that is not resolved by having a 5080, obviously. So you still see the same. So the same shit that I saw on my 2080, I still saw on my 5080, regardless of settings. So it still has junk. It still has weird ass fucking physics behavior sometimes. You know, things like that. Like so keep in mind that these are not resolved. So you will see some texture popping. You will see some stuff like that, you know? But when you see it, it will not have to do with my 5080. But yeah, it's damn gorgeous. I was like, I am still not used to having a 5080 because usually, so what happens is like, I'm like, okay, I don't want to play this game, whatever game that might be, because I don't want to be disappointed by the 5080. I don't want it to see struggling. I don't want to see it struggling. Sorry, because I will be so disappointed and I'll be sad. But slowly I'm gaining confidence and I'm like maxing out games and like trying games and oh my god, I cannot say the 58 is worth every penny. I can't say that because I think it's too expensive piece of hardware, right? It's too expensive. But holy shit, it fucking smokes everything. It's insane. Like right now, if you show me a game and it makes my 5080 chug, especially on 2K, I will immediately say that's bad fucking that's bad writing. That's bad writing. You know, that the game is just like badly optimized as fuck. There's no other way. Because I've seen what this card can do on games that are like beyond their time a little bit, and they've been patched and optimized through patches, and it completely obliterates them. So yeah, if Witcher 4 comes out and Witcher 4 makes it chug, for example, I'm definitely gonna say, well, that's horrible optimization. 1000%. I wanted to do a small experiment right now, but I don't want to cause my PC to crash. Because usually streaming on 4K causes it to crash because, of course, my GPU runs out of memory because streaming is a different thing, right? And I expect that I will have to lower uh, my resolution. Nothing else, just the resolution. I might have to lower it to 2K to stream it on 1080 at 60 FPS. But I did want to make a test stream with 4K and see how well that goes, you know? Kaori says with 5080 you don't need to care for a while. Yeah, that was the reason. Like I wanted it to be, if not my final purchase, morbid as it is, I'm 43, right? Uh, or one of my final 3 upgrades, let's say, one final 2 upgrades that I will do in GPU. So that's the point. So yeah, it will work fine unless it's their issue. You will only perhaps start feeling it in 3-4 years, and it will be minimal. Yeah, that's how it should be. And then Emmy says part of the reason is that most studios used to work on in-game engines. They knew the ins and outs, but now they make Unreal and all that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's also a huge issue, of course. At one point, I want to resubscribe to Final Fantasy and see that in 4K with everything like max and see like how I feel about that. Like I want to experiment with everything. I'm just slow at it because I'm still kind of insecure. Like, is it gonna let me down? Is it gonna this and that? Like I don't know. But so far, holy shit, my fears are unfounded completely. So far, it's just like blasting everything. If I have one issue, I will tell you if I have one issue is this. My only issue. If some games, not all the games, but some games, like for example Expedition 33, right? I could not play Expedition 33 for you. I could not be streaming it. There's a simple reason for that. If I stream it in 4K, it can run out of memory, right? We saw that because it crashed a couple of times when I was doing it 4K. It was playing fine for a couple of hours and it would crash, for example, once. That's it. And that is annoying. So when I set it at 2K, what happened is you couldn't see it, but I could see it. What happened is, let's say that this is the window. It popped a window like this, and I had to play like this. That was how I played the last 10 minutes of Expedition 33. And if you want my honest opinion, it's also what made me stop it. Because I'm not gonna stream, because you can see it normally, but I can't play a game if it's like in a window like this. You know? My monitor is 4K, my card can do 4K. I can't stream 4K though. And some games, when you set them at 2K, they do this thing where it's like that. It goes like this. Even if you put it full screen, even if you put it windowed, if you can't do anything. It just remains like this. That's how it stays, and that's it. So it played a huge role in me stopping Expedition 33. Maybe if they fix it, maybe I will try it again. But honestly, I'm not gonna play in the window. And if 4K crashes, then I'm not gonna play it at all. Fuck it, you know. And when I say crashes, I mean on stream because solo I can play it just fine if I wanted to. But do I want to? No, because like Emmy says, I don't vibe with the setting at all. I don't fucking vibe with the setting. Sorry, but it's the truth. Like it is just like nah. I would play it to hate it, just like I played Cyberpunk. But unlike Cyberpunk, I don't find it that interesting. Hate is too soon. Hate is too soon. Don't worry about it. It's still the 4th of the month, right? I did say in my post on YouTube, I said early to mid October. You know, depending on my money as well. I haven't ignored your request. Don't worry. I also told you on Discord it's gonna be early to mid October, depending on money situation. I do want to play it, honestly. Gonna disappear? Where are you going? Huh? Where are you going, little pig, little pig? Where are you going, huh? You guys, wow, why? Why? What happened? Is Lucy stealing you away? To the store? Oh, okay. Yeah, you can go to the store. That's allowed. yeah, I'm gonna take a little bit of time to wind down before I go back into Guild Wars or Cyberpunk. I'm either gonna go Cyberpunk or Guild Wars. And also, if you go, take care and enjoy whatever you get from the store. But yeah, I think I will go soon because I either want to play some Guild Wars or I want to play Cyberpunk. Uh, I have a couple of missions left to set up the game right before the heist. I still have a few side missions left, like 3 or something. So I might do that, or I might go into Guild Wars. But whichever the case might be, I definitely need to wind down a little bit from streaming and talking for like 4 hours now. Because normally I would be like 2 hours and done, or 1.5 hours and done. But hey, interesting conversation and chilling out with you is pretty cool. So I wasn't gonna say no to that. But yeah. Sorry for the sounds. I'm just wrapping up something. If you can hear them, I don't know if you can, but whatever. If you can, yeah, that's what it is. All right, let's see. What do we have here? A bit of camera time before I go, I guess. I can do that much for you. You're allowed. Just make sure that I'm sitting properly, because I've been sitting like in a very awkward pose all this time, and I'm just kind of like, trying to become presentable again or something, which I never am. But it's worth trying at least. That's how much I fucking value you, I guess. Hi. And yeah, and with that, I'm just gonna like say hi a little bit and then yeah, gonna go eat something. I don't know what. I'll cook something probably. Anyway, I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed the stream or whatever and the conversations and all that shit. It was refreshing to see a positive outlook on Guild Wars 2 as well from a content creator that has nothing to do with the game. That was pretty cool. The expansion armor preview was honestly, why would they do that? Like, ANet, please, at this point, hire someone to just do your videos. Yeah, that's all. That's all I had to say. I'm gonna turn off my camera. And just look at Donna playing Ghost of Yotei. The scenery is breathtaking. Yeah. Wait until you see that shit with 5080. Anyway, all right. So, okay, that's it. I'm fucking abandoning you. Gotta get your entertainment elsewhere now. um, can't afford that. Yeah, me neither. It was a gift. It was a very generous gift. I still have difficulty believing, that happened. Again, Neris, holy shit, thank you. Okay, I have nothing else to add. This meeting is adjourned. All right. Okay, so let me also move that where it was. Much professional, many applause. Yeah. All right. Okay. Enough goofing around. You have a Saturday to live through, and so do I. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here and for offering like great conversation as always. And I'll catch you very soon. It's not even gonna be 48 hours until you see me again. And it's gonna be Guild Wars. You know that. Probably. Probably. But yeah,